Chapter 78, Battle the Ice-Krite Serpent King, hiss hiss. The entire cave was surrounded by a huge amount of ice-krite serpents that flicked their forked tongues. Lu Mu Yen took out the golden long whip and whipped the serpents that closed in on her from time to time. She used her silk mist steps to maneuver around and secretly stuffed small paper bags with powdered drugs to Lu Mu Bai, Yun Lan and the rest. In a moment, scatter the powder on the surrounding snakes. They'll temporarily lose their ability to move and they'll be frozen. Seeing the countless casualties among the serpents on the ground, she telepathically spoke to them in secret. The people were surprised after receiving her telepathic words, but they held the powder she gave them tightly in their hands and prepared to move at the right moment. "Elder brother, I'm going into the cave for a while, help cover for me." Lu Mu Yen moved beside Lu Mu Bai and telepathically told him. Lu Mu Bai swung his sword to kill the serpents that attacked while furrowing his brows and said disapprovingly, "What are you doing going deeper in? It's dangerous down there. Or I'll go with you." "Elder brother, I'm well aware of the situation. Just help cover for me, I'll be back soon." Lu Mu Yan's eyes were firm. She couldn't always rely on others when encountering difficulties, not to mention she had a way to deal with the Serpent King. Lu Mu Bai felt uneasy, but he also understood the nature of his younger sister. No one could stop what she set her mind on doing. After swinging his sword to clear out a portion of the obstacles, he said, "Go, but you must be careful. If you're not out in an hour, then I'll go in to look for you." "All right." After receiving Lu Mu Bai's approval, Lu Mu Yen tapped her foot and moved towards the inside of the cave quietly when others weren't paying attention. Under Mo Yan's deliberate release of pressure, the low-level ice-krite serpents gave way, and in only moments, she had arrived deeper into the cave. And her action also fell in the eyes of Lan Si and Yun Zmo, but the two didn't stop her nor say anything about it. After taking a silent look, they retrieved their gaze and continued to kill the overwhelming serpents. The cave was completely dark, and the walls were slippery. After she left the crowd completely, she took out a night luminous pearl from her interspatial ring, which instantly illuminated 10 meters of her surroundings. She walked forward cautiously as Mo Yen stood on her shoulder, directing her into a long, narrow passage. The ice-krite serpent king's at the end of the passage. I don't know what secret skill it used to cover up the fluctuations of a demonic beast and its aura, but that's why the rest of you didn't discover the serpent nest and its existence. In a bit, I'll mobilize my innate talent and use the king-class demonic beast's pressure to temporarily trap it. You take the opportunity to kill it." Mo Yen moved his deep back eyes, and his tone carried with it an inherent domineering attitude and self-confidence. Lu Mu Yen halted. She mobilized the spiritual energy within her, bit her right index finger until it bled, and flicked towards the void. 4 drops of blood rose in the sky. Then she stretched out her hand to draw 4 talisman incantations with dense spiritual energy in the void. Only then did she carefully leapt into the cave. As soon as she felt her feet land on the ground by the cave, a sudden extremely cold icicle shot straight towards her. Lu Mu Yen was vigilant throughout, so the moment she landed, she quickly utilized her silk mist steps to maneuver around. The chilling icicle just shot past her shoulder and embedded into the wall behind her, smashing out a hole. She moved a few steps again and stood on a relatively safe high rock. When she raised her eyes, she met a pair of cold serpent eyes. The huge body of the serpent opposite her was coiled on a huge ice pillar. Its whole body was icy blue, and its scales glowed with chillingly light. It flicked its forked tongue and stared at Mo Yen on Lu Mu Yan's shoulder greedily. Seeing the ice-krite serpent king stare at Mo Yen as if watching its prey, Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow, smiled and said, "Mo Yen, it's treating you as if you're dinner." There was no shortage of gloating in her tone. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Mo Yen glanced at the woman that was smiling like a flower, turned his head and snorted coldly, "Is something like that guy worthy?" Hiss hiss. Hearing the open conversation between the one human and one beast, the ice-krite serpent king raised its head and hissed, completely angered. It discovered that a group of humans had arrived in its territory earlier, so it decided that when the time was right, it would release all the serpents to attack. It initially wanted to wait for the humans to be bitten to death before going out and swallowing it into its stomach to refine them, but it didn't expect that there would be a weak human who would break in first. The most important thing was that on the shoulder of this weak person, there was a mysterious demonic beast that resembled a fire cloud mink. Yet it made it feel as if its energy and blood inflated, and a thirst for it was birthed spontaneously. There was a voice in its heart that kept telling it that as long as it swallowed and refined the little white beast opposite, it would be able to break through to a Tier 6 demonic beast. That extreme desire caused the ice-krite serpent to hiss a few times, opened its mouth and spat out dozens of ice arrows that contained dual elemental attributes towards Lu Mu Yen. It wanted to kill the one human and one beast before it and devour them. Lu Mu Yen darted away and maneuvered around the ice cave ceaselessly. Because of the difference in their cultivation levels, not to mention the ice-krite serpent king owned the dual attributes of ice and water, she could only put in all her effort to barely avoid the ice arrows that constantly shot towards her and prevent herself from being injured. Mo Yen leapt off Lu Mu Yan's shoulder. His body suddenly enlarged from the size of a palm to at least more than a meter long before stopping. He roared violently towards the ice-krite serpent. Roar! A deafening roar echoed in the huge ice cave. Mo Yen integrated a kind of soul attack type innate talent into the roar. The pressure that belonged to a king-class demonic beast stacked on top of each other, and like the explosion of a mountain torrent, rolled towards the ice-krite serpent king. Lu Mu Yen also avoided the last ice arrow at that moment. She muttered a few sentences, waved her hand casually, and 4 void talismans that carried spiritual energy rose into the air, taking the opportunity to surround the ice-krite serpent while it was stunned by Mo Yan's roar. Hiss hiss. The pressure caused the ice-krite serpent to shudder from the bottom of his heart. Its demonic soul within its Xiaofu trembled slightly and it raised its head in pain as it hissed a few times. Although Mo Yen was able to use his innate talent, but because his cultivation base was only at the strength of a Tier 3 demonic beast, the same level as Lu Mu Yen, so the period of time that he was able to utilize his innate talent was relatively short. There was only one chance. When the pressure that wound around its Xiaofu and demonic soul gradually dissipated, the ice-krite serpent king was completely angered with some fear. A trace of scarlet rose in its ice-cold serpent eyes. Seeing that the demonic beast that was at least 1 meter long on the ground had returned to the size of a palm, the Serpent King felt disdain towards it, so what if it was a king-class demonic beast? Now the opponent's strength wasn't even comparable to itself from a middle-class demonic clan. The greedy color and fierce light in its eyes grew thicker. It definitely must swallow its opponent and refine its demonic core. Maybe it wouldn't only advance to a Tier 6 demonic beast, it could also be able to reach Tier 7 or Tier 8. Just thinking about it dilated its pores in excitement, extremely transparent. Lu Mu Yen sneered, the Serpent King opposite her would have to pay the price for underestimating her right now. She created 16 Taoist seals in the air and inserted them into the 4 void talismans one by one. For symbols 1 killing array, condense. Lu Mu Yen exclaimed lightly. The 6 Taoist seals echoed in collaboration with each other, and with the 4 void talismans. They connected to form a long, transparent ribbon talisman incantation which perfectly wrapped around the thick body of the ice-krite serpent king. The ice-krite serpent king felt an external force restrain its body. With a look, he discovered it was that weak human woman that was causing trouble. It moved its head a little and didn't place much importance to her, then opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards Mo Yen on the ground. Lu Mu Yen curled the corners of her lips and spit out a word coldly, explode. 1. The 4 symbols refers to the 4 guardian beasts or 4 gods or 4 auspicious beasts aka Black Tortoise of the North, Azure Dragon of the East, Vermilion Bird of the South and White Tiger of the West. Also aka Genbu, Sairyu, Suzaku and Bayako. Chapter 79, Kill, Explode. Lu Muyan's cold voice fell and one of the characters on the ribbon-like talisman incantation that wound around the Ice-Krite Serpent King leapt out and transformed into a transparent cyan dragon with dense spiritual energy that whistled out and plunged directly into the Ice-Krite Serpent King's heart. The huge mouth of the Ice-Krite Serpent King halted above Mo Yan's head and its eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Suddenly, its body limped, and it collapsed onto the ice-cold floor heavily. It curled into a ball as if it was in extreme pain. But it wasn't over. If one listened carefully, there was actually a muffled sound that resounded from within the Ice-Krite Serpent's body, like firecrackers that had been lit. Hiss hiss. The Ice-Krite Serpent King moved in pain and hovered above the giant ice pillar, hitting the icicle continuously from head to tail. Its internal organs were slowly being corroded by the spiritual energy talisman dragon, which then exploded in its body. Its strong impacts and struggles made the originally stable cave be on the verge of collapse as pieces of ice and rock fell. Lu Muyan narrowed her eyes, stretched out two fingers and drew in the air again. A flash of white spiritual energy once again penetrated into the body of the Ice-Krite Serpent's body, then it finally fell heavily from the giant pillar and hit the ground again. When the dragon talisman burrowed itself into the Yaofu of the Ice-Krite Serpent King and tore the serpent's demonic soul out from its body, the Ice-Krite Serpent King's body completely stopped struggling and it laid quietly on the ground without a single breath left in it. Lu Muyan waved her hand and the half-CUN-long one transparent talisman dragon cheerfully flew over, holding the Ice-Krite Serpent King's demonic soul, and landed on her hand. She smiled softly. Then the talisman dragon disappeared into her body, while the demonic soul was trapped within a new spiritual talisman that she drew. This is useful to you? Lu Muyan threw the transparent ball that imprisoned the Ice-Krite Serpent King's demonic soul to Mo Yan. Mo Yan opened his mouth and swallowed the demonic soul of the Ice-Krite Serpent. The spiritual talisman drawn by Lu Muyan was also broken in his mouth. Lu Muyan took a few steps forward and nodded with satisfaction as she looked at the intact Ice-Krite Serpent King corpse. It would be more appropriate for this corpse to be taken back to Wuxia to be refined into a few magic tools that shed gift to her family. Although the corpse of the flame unicorn beast was tier 6, but no one except her in the Lu clan had comprehended the fire elemental energy attribute, so the magic tools refined from the flame unicorn beast's scales weren't suitable for them. She took out a dagger from her interspatial ring and directly inserted it into the Ice-Krite Serpent's head. Then she channeled her elemental energy to crack it open, and with a grab, 2 blue crystal cores, one deep, one light, landed in her hand. Who expected that the talent of the Ice-Krite Serpent King wasn't that bad? It actually condensed 2 crystal cores of different attributes. Luckily it only recently advanced to tier 5 demonic beast, otherwise we would have to use some of our trump cards to kill it today. Lu Muyan played with the crystal core in her hand and raised an eyebrow at Mo Yan. Mo Yan didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground and jumped directly onto Lu Muyan's shoulder. His voice was cold as usual. You still have some trump cards? He also went to watch the Academy's grand competition that Lu Muyan participated in last time. Her strength was unexpected, and her combat power was extraordinary. It truly did give him a little surprise that day. But he didn't expect that he still underestimated this woman. Today, he hadn't even seen the methods that Lu Muyan used to kill the Ice-Krite Serpent King before, even when he was at the peak of his strength. With such methods, it would even make him cautious and fearful if they weren't in a contractual relationship. But when he was already shocked by it, Lu Muyan actually told him that she still had more trump cards. It truly overthrew all that he knew. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks Lu Muyan's neat and clean combat mode, and how her proficiency wasn't even inferior to when he was at his peak. Was this really a clan's trash? How could a great sword master cultivation base woman understand so much? Why does a 16-year-old young woman have such rich combat experience and methods? She was like a cloud of mist, and every bit that she displayed wasn't her true self, as if she was looming within layers upon layers of thin veils, making people want to explore and understand even deeper. Lu Muyen utilized her mental energy and put the entire corpse of the Ice Kite Serpent King into her interspatial ring. She stretched out her hand to poke Mo Yan's back and chuckled softly, saying, "This glacial mountain range is very dangerous, maybe you'll see my trump card soon." Mo Yan's eyes that were as deep and boundless as the sea fluctuated like a whirlpool. Although, between him and Lu Muyen, they were under the contract of equals, but their mutual understanding and trust had not yet reached the point where they'd rely on and support each other entirely. He stopped inquiring, just stared down at the 2 crystal cores in Lu Muyen's hand and said, "Give me the 2 crystal cores for refining." "You want to refine it directly?" Lu Muyen glanced around the serpent cave as if looking for something. "How can I absorb it without refining it directly? As long as I refine these 2 crystal cores, plus the demonic soul I just swallowed, it'll soon be able to break through to tier 5 strength. When I have time, I'll use these crystal cores to refine a cauldron of pills for you. The effect's much better than refining it directly." "Sure." Mo Yen was still quite convinced by Lu Muyen's alchemy skills. Seeing that Lu Muyen still wasn't leaving, he looked towards the corner of the cave and asked incomprehensibly, "What are you looking for?" "Of course I'm looking for the treasure collected by the Ice Kite Serpent King. It's been in this glacial mountain range for so many years, it's impossible for it to not have collected the spiritual herbs and spiritual items here." Lu Muyen used the whip to remove an ice stone as she explained to Mo Yen. Mo Yen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eyes. This woman really didn't let go of anything. Then he said jokingly, "I'm the best at finding spiritual herbs and spiritual items." When Lu Muyen saw that there was nothing under the removed ice stone, she was a little disappointed, but then she suddenly heard Mo Yan's words and couldn't help but knock her head lightly with her knuckle. "That's right. How could I have forgotten you still have that talent?" Seeing Mo Yen lying aloofly on her shoulder, she grabbed him and tossed him out. "Don't just know how to enjoy and not do work, go find the treasure." Mo Yen turned his head and headed towards the left side of the cave in a bad mood. He had lived for so long, and no one had dared to toss him. Lu Muyen really was the first person. But he didn't dislike such actions, and even a sense of the desire to coddle someone, that had never appeared before, rose in his heart. He really was being infected by this black-bellied woman. A spirit devourer's sensitivity to spiritual herbs were hundreds of times stronger than Fire Cloud Mink's. He only casually sniffed around and already confirmed the location of the Ice Kite Serpent's treasure. He stood atop an ice stone that wasn't quite large nor small and said, "The things are placed beneath this ice stone, come get it yourself." Lu Muyen's eyes lit up and her stunning little face displayed a gleeful smile. After Mo Yen leapt onto her shoulder again, she waved her whip and smashed the ice stone in half. Sure enough, beneath the stone, she discovered a large hole. She raised the corners of her lips, plunged the whip into the hole skillfully, and with a tug, the treasures that the Ice Kite Serpent King had prized over the years all entered her interspatial ring. However, due to the time constraints, she didn't investigate it immediately, but instead used her silk mist steps and leapt towards the entrance. After exiting the cave's entrance, she also used her elemental energy to strike down the ice mountain's loose gravel to seal the entrance. After completing all this, she swiftly headed towards the trial teams. Now that the Ice Kite Serpent King was dead, the commands that controlled the group of serpents would also disappear. With the serpents having no leader, after her eldest brother and the rest used the powder she gave, she believed that the battle above them would almost be over too. She had to return among them before the battle was over. Chapter 80, Attitude Change. Lu Muyen used silk mist steps at its fastest and arrived in the cave where everyone had rested before. The battle wasn't over yet, and at this time, piles of Ice Kite Serpent corpses were everywhere. The students were practically exhausted as they dealt with the last wave of small serpents. She quickly moved to Lu Mubei's side when the others weren't paying attention and waved her whip to help him behead a wave of small serpents that surrounded him. Lu Mubei had taken the candy, that was from Lan Si, earlier with Lu Muyen, so he still had more than half of his elemental energy left, which meant, compared to the others, he had it much easier. Only after seeing his younger sister return safely did his hovering heart gradually fall back into place. Done? Lu Mubai asked Lu Mu Yen telepathically. Lu Mu Yen and Lu Mubai killed the last batch of ice kite serpents back to back. Yep, it's done. The battles of the rest were also coming to an end. Several students had practically exhausted their elemental energy, and it was thanks to the help of Lan Si and the several teachers that they could survive the swarm of serpents. When the last ice kite serpent was killed, whether it was the Empire Academy trial students or the Imperial family trial team, most of them were sitting on the ground panting, and many were more or less injured too. Yun Zmo walked straight to Lu Mu Yen with a touch of complexity in his eyes and asked, "You gave them those powdered drugs? So what if it's me?" Lu Mu Yen knew that Yun Zmo and Lan Si had both noticed that she had left earlier, but she couldn't consider too much at the time. Though, if Yun Zmo mentioned it now, she inevitably would experience some trouble. Yun Zmo's eyes darkened, fell silent, then faintly said, "Nothing." Then he turned directly around and walked not far away to sit and meditate to recover his elemental energy. A sliver of surprise slipped past Lu Mu Yan's heart. Yun Zmo's brain wasn't ill, was it? But this was fine too. It saved her from having to explain to everyone. Lan Si looked at Yun Zmo thoughtfully, then asked Lu Mu Yen, "Do you still have the powdered drug?" Hearing Lan Si's question, everyone in their cave cast their gazes towards Lu Mu Yen, and many people held complex emotions in their eyes. If it weren't for the powder that Lu Mubai and the others scattered that temporarily paralyzed those waves of Tier 3 and 4 ice kite serpents, they could still be fighting bitterly right now, or there could have even been some casualties. The powdered drug's effect was truly strong. Putting the fact that it was useful against Tier 4 demonic beasts aside, it could even be used in group attacks. If everyone carried some on them, next time, even if they encountered a group of demonic beast attacks, they'd still have confidence in escaping. There are still some more. Lu Mu Yen didn't hesitate and took out a part of the powdered drug she had in her interspatial ring and gave it to Lan Si. Since knowing that she was coming to the glacial mountain range, she had equipped herself with a lot of sleeping powder that she refined. Now that Lan Si asked for it for the other students, she would still give him this face. What's more, in the first segment where everyone traveled together, they would experience both glory and loss as one. Lan Si nodded with a smile, "Thank you. I'll report to the principal to compensate you after returning to the Empire." "No need." Lu Mu Yen smiled indifferently. These powders weren't worth a lot of money, so they might as well be used to buy people's hearts. Lan Si raised his eyebrow and with a gentle smile again, "Young Miss Lu sure is generous. Then we won't be courteous." Lu Mu Yen rolled her eyes at him and cursed secretly, "Fox." Lan Si asked Ji Xian to redistribute the powdered drug that he obtained from Lu Mu Yen to everyone who participated in the trial. "Put these powdered drugs away well. There are a lot of demonic beast packs in the glacial mountain range. If you meet them again, this is also a means of saving your life." "Yes." After everyone answered, some of them even looked at Lu Mu Yen apologetically. Their previous attitude towards her was too arbitrary. Then Lan Si and the several instructors picked through the piles of ice kite serpent corpses in the cave, dug out their crystal cores, and gave everyone a share. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Only after taking a rest in the cave for the night, when everyone's physical strength and elemental energy returned to their peaks, did Lan Si and Yunji lead them on their way. Along the way, many people's attitudes towards Lu Mu Yen had changed a lot, and from time to time, some people would even strike up a conversation with her. "We've arrived at the periphery, let's take a break first. Once we enter here, we'll be in the world where Tier 4 demonic beasts roam. Their cultivation base is similar to yours, so be vigilant at all times." When they arrived at a place where green plants grew, fresh flowers intertwined, and a forest that grew vigorously, Lan Si ordered everyone to rest. Not all places in the glacial mountain range were ice mountains. There was only daylight here, but in some places where the sun shone all year round, all seasons were practically like spring. After resting for a while, they continued on their way. Except after only walking for not even 2 hours, they heard some fighting noises and the roaring of demonic beasts in the woods ahead. Lan Si made a stop gesture, exchanged a glance with Yun Ji, then handed the students over to the several other instructors, before the two leapt in that direction. Lu Mu Yen looked in that direction and telepathically spoke to Mo Yen. Did the people ahead meet demonic beasts? It wasn't far ahead, and if she spread her mental energy, then she could find out what was happening there, but there was a demonic sense that was super strong, where with one casual sweep, the demonic beast could know what was occurring 1,000 li away, so she naturally knew to put it to good use. A group of humans and a demonic beast pack encountered each other, but it was solved quickly. The strength of that group is much stronger than your group. Mo Yen laid on Lu Mu Yan's shoulder and replied lazily. Lu Mu Yen stroked her chin, and the corner of her lips rose into an arc. The group of people ahead should undoubtedly be the pupils of the 10 distinguished clans. Not long after, Lan Si sent a signal to continue ahead, so Ji Xian rushed over with everyone. After passing through the woods, one saw many Tier 3 and 4 demonic beast corpses lying in the open ground. There were some people sitting separately on clean grass, and they appeared to be a small team. You guys come to rest as well for a bit. Lan Si pointed to a clean, open space to let the students of Yanzhou Kingdom rest, while he, himself, stood with 2 middle-aged men to chat, seeming to be acquaintances. Lu Mu Yen swept the 2 groups of people and a smile rose in her eyes, but she didn't take the initiative to step forward. When she walked to the place Lan Si designated, and just as she was about to sit, there was a sound of surprise that entered her ears. Mu Yen. When Yi Qing Han sat in his place to rest, he had heard that the students who participated in the trial competition from Yanzhou Kingdom also came. He only thought to glance over casually, but didn't expect to see the beautiful, otherworldly, white-clothed woman in the crowd. Lu Mu Yen stopped in her steps, turned her head, and smiled charmingly. Qing Han. The familiar greeting between the two surprised everyone in the woods, especially the few women who had been sitting in the clearing as they looked at Lu Mu Yen with dislike in their eyes. Yi Qing Yen patted the young woman beside him, then they stood up and walked towards Lu Mu Yen. Mu Yen, long time no see. Yi Qing Yen was still dressed in his dark patterned black robe with a rare smile on his handsome face. Lu Mu Yen nodded, her eyes dyed with a smile. Long time no see. Elder brother, is she the elder sister Mu Yen you spoke of? The sweet-looking and petite girl who stood beside Yi Qing Han asked with a smile. Yes, she's Lu Mu Yen. Yi Qing Han's voice carried a bit of pampering, then introduced to Lu Mu Yen, this is my little sister, Yi Qing Lu. Elder sister Mu Yen, you're so beautiful. Yi Qing Lu blinked at Lu Mu Yen with a natural familiarity. She didn't know why, but just liked this woman, that her elder brother spoke of constantly, at first glance. Qing Lu is also very beautiful. Lu Mu Yen nodded and smiled cordially. The friendliness of the girl opposite her didn't appear to be fake, so a sense of intimacy was also birthed unconsciously in Lu Mu Yan's heart. Perhaps this was simply fate. Chapter 81. The Yi clan's brother and sister Yi Qing Han was relatively humble, but there was a sense of distance towards everyone. It was difficult to see him reveal a smile from the bottom of his heart to anyone. Yi Qing Lu, the little princess of the Yi family, had a very lively and cheerful appearance, but she rarely truly approved of anyone. No one had ever seen her display the intimacy that she did today towards anyone. Many people were puzzled by the attitude of the Yi clan's brother and sister towards Lu Mu Yen. Those who didn't know Lu Mu Yan's identity were all wondering who she was. It was the first time for Xueling and Xiaofan Xian to see Yi Qing Han display such a gentle side to a woman. In particular, the joy and warm color in his eyes pricked their eyes. Xiaofan Xian had already found out Lu Mu Yan's identity before. From her point of view, this woman was just a fallen noble. The only thing that made her fear was the mysterious master behind Lu Mu Yen. Originally, she wanted to immediately get rid of Lu Muyen, but the other party had the marrow cleansing pill. After the superiors of the 10 distinguished clans received this news, the moment this trial ended, they would definitely go to Yanzhou Kingdom to discuss this matter. The elder of her clan also warned her not to make a move without permission and lose a great opportunity because of something small. Xianing Xian's eyes were grim. After she was warned by the clan, she decided to temporarily let Lu Muyen go and wait for the Xian clan to obtain the marrow cleansing pill first before killing her. But now looking at Yi Qinghan's attitude towards Lu Muyen, her heart was burning with jealousy. She just wanted to rush up and scratch open that gorgeous face of hers completely. Elder brother Mu Bai, Mu Yen. At this time, several people from the Ling clan also walked over from another direction. The leader was a red-haired young man and a gentle woman in plain clothes. Fei Hao, Fei Li. A warm color flashed across Lu Mubei's eyes. Lu Muyen also smiled and addressed, elder cousin brother, elder cousin sister. The two of them were precisely the most promising of the younger generation in the Ling clan, Ling Fei Hao and Ling Fei Li. They were Lu Muyen's second uncle and third uncle's child respectively. They were 2 years older than her, and they treated her fairly nicely. Towards the rest that followed the two, Lu Muyen didn't have a strong impression. She supposed that they were the pupils of the Ling clan who just came to participate in the selection trial and wasn't from the main bloodline. Only when they saw Ling Fei Hao and Ling Fei Li greet Lu Muyen, did many talents of the 10 distinguished clans realize her identity. But they still wondered how Yi Qinghan and Lu Muyen met. The relationship between the two was obviously not shallow. I've long heard my maternal grandfather say that Muyen's terminal meridian's constitution had been eradicated. But it was unexpected that we'd meet in this trial. I hope we can participate in the continental tournament for hegemony together. Ling Fei Hao's sunny and energetic face revealed a lovely dimple. Ling Fei Li beside him glared at him, "Well, speak of these matters in private." This little boy spoke regardless of occasion. Didn't he see everyone's eyes were cast on them? Let's find a place to have a conversation first. Ling Fei Hao was just too excited to see the Lu brother and sister, so now that he had calmed down, he proposed. Lu Mubai nodded and smiled gently at the Yi clan's brother and sister. "Mu Yen, you should accompany your friends and have chat." He could see that Yi Qinghan was looking for Lu Muyen for something. Although he didn't know how they met, but as long as the other party wasn't malicious, then it was fine. All right. I'll chat a little with Qinghan and Qinglu. Eldest brother, you guys talk first. Then, Lu Mubai and the people from the Ling clan walked to a distant grassy area to sit and chat, while Lu Muyan's arm was wrapped around by Qingles and was pulled under a large tree not far away. Yi Qinghan erected an elemental energy soundproof barrier. Seeing Yi Qinghan's hesitate in speaking, Lu Muyen understood. She took Qingles' hand to take her pulse. "Let me take a look at Qingles' body first." Yi Qinglu was plagued by years of disease, and this time, it was because she had taken a pill the clan's alchemist had refined that could temporarily suppress the fetal poison, that she could follow into the glacial mountain range. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. She had long heard from her elder brother and old Lu that Lu Muyen had excelling medical skills. Elder brother had even successfully advanced to the Sword King stage because he took the marrow cleansing pill that Lu Muyen gifted. So she had long wanted to see the woman they constantly spoke of. Sure enough, she didn't disappoint at first glance today. She had a good impression of this woman who was only a year older than herself. Now that Lu Muyen wanted to check her pulse for her illness, she relaxed her body and allowed her to check. After changing Yi Qingles' hand and continued to check her pulse, Lu Muyen's brows furrowed together slightly. Then, after a while, she let go and fell into deep contemplation. "Muyen, how is it? Can Qingles' poison be cured?" Seeing Lu Muyen furrow her brows, worry couldn't help but rise from Yi Qinghan's heart. Yi Qinglu was more optimistic. Since she was a child, she knew that she might not live past 20 years old, so this time she begged the superiors in the clan to allow her to follow her elder brother to experience the outside world. Elder sister Mu Yan, I've been living with this chronic illness for years. If there's no solution, then it's also normal. Lu Mu Yan was just thinking deeply about how to cure Yi Qing-less poison, yet who knew that it'd cause a misunderstanding from the two. She smiled back and said, although the fetal poison in your body is deep, but it hasn't corroded to the internal organs yet. As long as you cure it within a year, then it'll be fine. If we drag the time longer than a year, the fetal poison flowing in your blood will slowly corrode your internal organs, and by then it'll be more troublesome. Then you mean Qing Lu could still be saved now? A light burst from Yi Qing Han's eyes. Yi Qing Lu froze and a look of hope rose in her eyes as she stared at Lu Mu Yan, waiting for her answer. Although she had a cheerful and optimistic temperament, but every time the fetal poison erupted within her, she always had the urge to commit suicide. If it weren't for her family, then she would have long been unable to continue to live. Now, if there was a way to completely eradicate the poison from within her body, then it would be the best result for her and her family. Yes, she can be saved. But because the poison had already blended with her blood, it'll be a bit troublesome to deal with. I still need to refine an antidote pill to be used together with the golden needle treatment. Lu Mu Yan paused, then added, it's just that I think the treatment should be postponed until after this trial is over. Yi Qing-less fetal poison wasn't difficult to solve, it was just troublesome to handle. During the treatment, it also required her to treat Yi Qing Lu with needles every day for a month. In the glacial mountain range, they would separate immediately to complete their own trials, so she couldn't be treated. No hurry. I've been like this for so many years, I don't care about waiting a little more. Yi Qing Lu was happy. She didn't expect that Lu Mu Yan really had a way to treat the fetal poison in her body. This made her feel a sense of hope that had never risen in her heart before. Yi Qing Han also revealed some excitement in his eyes, everything's fine as long as it can be cured. Don't worry, I can cure this poison, I promise. Lu Mu Yan could deeply feel the pain of having a chronic illness. Judging from Yi Qing-less fetal poison, she would have an outbreak of intolerable pain almost every 2 months. To be able to live until now and still maintain such an optimistic temperament, it meant that Yi Qing Lu was extremely tough. She admired such a girl very much. Mu Yan, a mere thank you is an insufficient response to such a huge favor. Yi Qing Han thought for a while and popped out this sincere sentence. Lu Mu Yan lowered her head and chuckled, then raised her head and looked at him jokingly, I still haven't treated Qing Lu yet, your thanks is too early. I believe you. Yi Qing Han's handsome, sharp and angular face revealed unconditional trust. Since the time they went to the blazing mountain range together, an inexplicable feeling of trust grew in him towards this woman. Elder sister Mu Yan, I believe you too. Yi Qing Lu smiled beautifully, with trust in her eyes. Lu Mu Yan's eyes were also dyed with a layer of deep warmth. She was very touched by this trust and was happy from the bottom of her heart. Random note, by the way, anyone reading on the novel website and giving all those 5-star reviews, if any one of you happen to be here, wow, thanks. I'm only the translator, but I guess I'm just genuinely happy to see others enjoying a novel I really love myself. And kudos for reading MTL, that's another world out there. Though I completely understand, if it were me and I really wanted to read a novel in another language I didn't understand, yeah, MTL might be the way. Anyways, made me real happy to see so many people enjoy it even though I'm just translating it and it's not even my novel, haha. Chapter 82, The 3 Men Most Difficult to Approach. Yi Qing Lu and Lu Mu Yan hit it off at first sight. They laughed and chatted for a while, and both felt as if they've met each other far too late. When Yi Qing Han was about to separate from Lu Mu Yan, he suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, the glacial mountain range hasn't been peaceful recently. Be careful when you complete your missions. If you meet people outside of Yanzhou Kingdom and the 10 distinguished clans, try your best to avoid them. Lu Mu Yan revealed confusion in her eyes, but didn't ask more, nodded and said, "All right, you two take care too." Soon, the Yi clan's brother and sister returned to the place where the people of the Yi clan who participated in the trial gathered. Lu Mu Yen also went to where the Ling clan's people were and sat down. "Mu Yen, you know the brother and sister of the Yi clan?" Ling Fei Hao turned his eyes then asked curiously. Lu Mu Yen said with a smile, "Yep, we've had some interactions before." "You can actually be so close to them, that's amazing." Ling Fei Hao raised a thumb up at Lu Mu Yen, then said in a whisper, "Those two siblings are famous for being watertight and they keep their distance from anyone, especially Yi Qing Han. He's exceptionally difficult to befriend." "There's such a thing?" Lu Mu Yen remembered that when she first met Yi Qing Han, he definitely felt distant, but afterwards, when they went to the blazing mountain range, that sense of distance gradually faded, and they even became friends with a bit of tacit understanding. She had never felt that it was difficult to approach Yi Qing Han. Ling Fei Hao leaned towards Lu Mu Yen and said, "There are 3 people who are considered the most difficult to approach in the 10 distinguished clans. Do you know which 3? Lu Mu Yen cooperated with Ling Fei Hao in amusement. "I don't know, which 3? Yi Qing Han counts as one." She found that this elder cousin brother of hers was too lively and full of energy. "Yep, Yi Qing Han counts as one, and there's 2 other people. Look over at the group of people sitting across from us." The expressionless man sitting on the very edge, wearing a black brocade robe, is the most highly valued genius of the clan ranked number 1 of the distinguished clans, the Shi clan's one Xiaofan. Ling Fei Hao gestured with his mouth, indicating to the opposite direction. Lu Mu Yen glanced over with her peripheral vision and found that the man named Xiaofan was leaning against a big tree alone with his eyes closed, without any expression on his face. But she felt a familiar feeling from him. "He's an alchemist?" Lu Mu Yen remembered that this familiar feeling originated from the scent of medicine that exuded from him, so she turned her head and asked Ling Fei Hao. She was exceptionally sensitive to smell. Earlier, when she passed by the area where the Shi clan was, she smelled a light medicinal scent that was from Xiaofan. Of course. The Shi clan is known for their alchemy across Tianling continent. Obviously he's an alchemist. Ling Fei Hao glanced towards Xiaofan and there was a touch of admiration in his eyes. He's now a grade 3 alchemist. 19 years old and already a grade 3 alchemist, isn't that amazing? He's known as the first person in the eastern region to have such high levels of mastery in alchemy in many years. Many alchemists have a weird temper, so it's normal if they're hard to interact with. Lu Mu Yen herself had interacted with many alchemists, so she naturally knew a bit about how some alchemists didn't like to deal with people. They spent all their time indulged in alchemy. The feeling that Xiaofan gave her was as such. This kind of indulgence was different to Wuxiao's indulgence in smithing. She had seen people like Xiaofan before, and he should be one who truly loved the pleasure and accomplishment when spiritual herbs were successfully refined into pills. They pursued perfection and strived to refine the best pill as their lifelong goal. Ling Fei Hao pursed his lips and said, "It's not just because he's an alchemist, he's just got face paralysis too. His face is expressionless all year round. Basically no one's seen him show any excessive emotions." Lu Mu Yen smiled speechlessly, considering that to be her acquiescence, then asked, "And the last person?" "And the last person's the man in scarlet clothes sitting not far from your teacher. His name is Mu Yi and is the young lord of the Mu clan that's ranked 3rd in the 10 distinguished clans. He's also a grade 3 smith. The most important thing is that he's already comprehended 3 different elemental energy attributes already. Although he's only at peak phase Sword King cultivation base, but it's said that he already has the strength to fight a sword monarch." Ling Fei Hao added. Lu Mu Yen raised her eyes and glanced in Mu Yi's direction. Coincidentally, their eyes met as he lifted his. The two looked at each other, then each retrieved their gazes. "That person seems to be smiling all the time. How did you judge that he's difficult to interact with?" "It's precisely because he's smiling all the time that he's hard to interact with." Because he's a smiling tiger who treats everyone with politeness, regardless of who it is. It's a different tune to Yi Qing Han's distance, but with the same results. 3. Ling Fei Hao said as he raised an eyebrow. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks. Lu Mu Yen looked at him, amused. Elder cousin brother, I realize you're really bored. Pfft, Mu Yen, so you realized too. He just studies these boring things every day, and he doesn't listen to us no matter what we say. Ling Fei Li beside him couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ling Fei Hao huffed, I'm just studying my opponents, you guys don't understand. Lu Mu Yen and Ling Fei Li exchanged a look and saw the smile in each other's eyes. However, she did obtain 2 pieces of information from Ling Fei Hao's short gossip, which could be considered a gain. The several people chatted about the Ling clan and the 10 distinguished clans. Then the middle-aged man that was standing with Lan Si suddenly clapped his hands and said, the trial members of the 10 distinguished clans will gather and set off in a quarter of an hour. Ling Fei Hao revealed a look of reluctance. They had only met for a little bit and now had to separate again. Lu Mu Bai patted his shoulder with a light smile. Fei Hao, this time you need to bring glory to the Ling clan. Maybe we'll meet again within the later parts of the trial. I will. Hearing Lu Mu Bai's words, Ling Fei Hao nodded solemnly. The current situation of the Ling clan wasn't really optimistic. He and Ling Fei Li were the main force of the Ling clan's trial this time, and they couldn't make the Ling clan lose face. Lu Mu Yen thought a bit, then took out a few packets of powdered drugs from her interspatial ring and stuffed them in their hands, saying, these powdered drugs can deal with the demonic beasts and paralyze them for a few breaths. You can use these at critical times. This is the Elemental Energy Replenishing Pill 4, which can quickly replenish your elemental energy when you've depleted it. Then she handed 2 more bottles of elemental energy nourishing pills to the 2 as well. She believed that as the main targets of training in the 10 distinguished clans, they wouldn't lack pills with these types of effects. However, there's a shortage of alchemists on this continent, and pills were even scarcer. So presumably they wouldn't have a lot on them either. The people of the Ling clan all treated Lu Mu Yen very well, so this could be considered her returning the favor. Wow, Mu Yen, you actually have so many good things. Ling Fei Hao quickly put the things away and said with big smiles, your master really is nice to you. Although she saw that he had misunderstood, but Lu Mu Yen didn't explain, you just take good hold of it. After the trial ends, he'll go to the Ling clan to visit elder cousin brother Fei Yang. Speaking of Ling Fei Yang, the eyes of the people in the Ling clan unanimously displayed a bit of sadness. If Ling Fei Yang could also participate in the selection trial this time, they believed he definitely would be able to lead them to win a few more places for the competition. Don't be discouraged. Elder cousin brother Fei Yang will definitely get better. I believe he also hopes to see you all return successfully. Lu Mu Yen had confidence in curing Ling Fei Yang, but now wasn't a good time to say it. Seeing the few people a little dispirited, she squeezed her fists in encouragement. Mu Yan's right. We must do our best to win glory for the Ling clan. Ling Fei Li's delicate face revealed a gentle smile, then she looked at Lu Mu Yen and Lu Mu Bai, saying, you both be careful on your journey. I heard that the trial this time isn't that simple. Take care. You guys take care too. After separating from Ling Fei Hao and the others, Lu Mu Yen and Lu Mu Bai returned to where the students of Yanzhou Kingdom were. But before they could sit down, they saw Xiaofan walk over. He stood in front of Lu Mu Yen, looked at her expressionlessly and asked, you are Lu Mu Yen from the general's mansion of Yanzhou Kingdom? One author typed Feng clan here, but pretty sure it's a typo lol. Think there were at least another typo somewhere, but yeah. No wonder MTL gets even more mixed up sometimes hahaha. 2. It's a colloquial description in China and kind of makes fun of all those cool, cold, expressionless male leads that always appear in dramas lol. In particular used to refer to men who act cool and usually to make fun of them for pretending to act like that. 3. Pretty straightforward, but it is an idiom that translates literally to different tunes sung with equal skill, aka different approaches but equally satisfactory results. For the same as spiritual energy replenishing pill. Probably an insignificant note, but yeah, haha. Chapter 83, the start of the trial missions. Lu Mu Yen watched Xiaofan walk over, but she didn't expect that this person would talk to her. Although Xiaofan was expressionless, but she could feel that he wasn't hostile. She nodded calmly, "I'm Lu Mu Yen. Something the matter? I heard that you have a pill called the marrow cleansing pill?" Only when Xiaofan mentioned pills was there a slight fluctuation in his usually calm eyes. Lu Mu Yan's expression didn't change. "Yes, but I don't have any more now." "Do you have the pill recipe for the marrow cleansing pill? I can exchange it with you for a high-level grade 3 pill recipe." This was the first time that Xiaofan ever mentioned wanting to make such a transaction with anyone. He was very excited when he heard about the efficacy of the marrow cleansing pill. The pill recipe of a pill that had such an effect, defying normalcy, was something no alchemist could refuse. He didn't know whether Lu Mu Yen would agree to his proposal or not, but he wanted to give it a try regardless. "I don't. The pill recipe of the marrow cleansing pill is in my master's hands." Lu Mu Yen shrugged and expressed helplessness. Recently, many people desired her marrow cleansing pill, but Xiaofan seemed to only be interested in the pill recipe. If it were someone else, they might be tempted by the deal he proposed. After all, it wouldn't be a disadvantage to exchange a grade 2 pill recipe for a grade 3 high-level pill recipe. But in her head, there existed unique pill recipes that don't even exist on this continent, so how could she be tempted by Xiaofan's grade 3 pill recipe? Xiaofan appeared to have expected it, but he was still a little bit disappointed. He fell silent for a while, then said to Lu Mu Yen with a calm expression, "If you want to trade in the future, you can come to the Shi clan to find me." "All right." Lu Mu Yen didn't refuse either. "Then excuse me," Xiaofan said politely before turning to leave. Lu Mu Yen quickly withdrew her gaze that was on him. This person sure was quite polite. After Xiaofan left, she found an empty space and sat down, ignoring the gazes that were cast on her from all directions. She calmly took out a soft and delicious pastry from her interspatial ring to eat. A quarter of an hour later, the trial teams of the 10 distinguished clans quickly gathered and hurried to the boundary between the outer ring and the periphery of the glacial mountain range. Only the people of Yanzhou Kingdom who participated in the trial and the demonic beast corpses scattered around remained. Lan Si also returned to the team. He nipped a piece of tea pastry from Lu Mu Yen and sent it to his mouth, then said with a smile, "Lu Mu Yen, you made these yourself?" "Yeah. It's made with spiritual tea." Lu Mu Yen didn't know from where Lan Si could tell that the pastries were made by herself, but she didn't conceal it either. "It tastes pretty good." Lan Si took another piece and swallowed it. Lu Mu Yen guessed that he still had something to say, so she didn't respond, and just smiled faintly. "Aren't you going to break through? It's dangerous after we enter the boundary between the outer ring and the inner ring." Lan Si slowly took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth and hands, then tossed it away casually. The handkerchief vanished with the wind without a trace. Lu Mu Yen pursed her lips, "Maybe, during our next rest." The spiritual energy had already reached its peak within her, and her cultivation base had already reached a bottleneck. It was only because it was inconvenient to immediately advance in the glacial mountain range, that's why she had been suppressing her cultivation base. Since Lan Si reminded her so kindly, then she had nothing to hide either. The corners of Lan Si's lips raised, and he didn't say any more. Only after resting for almost 2 hours and after feeling that the distance between them and the team ahead had lengthened, did he tell everyone to rise and keep going. While on the way, Lu Mu Yen saw that Yunlan wanted to talk to her, but was hesitating, so she said first, "Elder cousin brother has something to tell me?" "It's nothing big, I just wanted to ask, you're very familiar with Yi Qing Han?" "Yeah, we can be considered friends." Lu Mu Yen nodded with a smile. Yunlan fell silent for a while, then said, then, Mu Yen, can you help me arrange a battle him to exchange pointers? Elder cousin brother, why do you insist on exchanging pointers with Yi Qing Han? Lu Mu Yen had always been curious as to why Yun Lan wanted to chase after Yi Qing Han so persistently. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, his skill attributes are the same as mine. Every time I finish fighting with him, they'll always have some comprehensions. It just so happens that my current sword skill is at a bottleneck. Yun Lan explained. He wasn't that familiar with Yi Qing Han, and it was only accidental that they fought twice before. If he went to arrange a battle with Yi Qing Han, he feared that he would misunderstand, so he wanted to ask Lu Mu Yen for help. Lu Mu Yen smiled in understanding now and said, so it's like that. Then after the trial, it'll help you ask him. Either way, after the trial's over, she needed to go to the Yi clan for a month, so it was fine to take an extra person. Yi Qing Han presumably wouldn't reject either. Alright, then it'll trouble Mu Yen. Along the way, they encountered countless attacks from demonic beasts, and even a few tier 4 demonic beasts that lead groups, but they were all avoided. Of course, the effect of Lu Mu Yan's powdered drug took half the credit. They hurried on with their journey while killing demonic beasts, and 7 days passed. The group of talents arrived at the border between the forest and icy mountains. Lan Si and the other instructors took them to a place at the foot of the icy mountains. There sat a wooden hut, and after entering, a warm current spread towards them. In the middle of the wooden hut, there was a stove, and above the stove rose wisps of steam. There was also a kettle atop of it, and a white-haired old man sat before it, Yun Tsang. You're all here. Take a seat. Yun Tsang raised his eyes and nodded to everyone. Lan Si and the few instructors sat down, then the students all found a random spot to sit. Lu girl, I heard that you have quite good tea-making skills. Come and make a pot. Lu Mu Yen lowered her eyes, pulled Lu Mu Bai together to sit beside Yun Tsang, then said, yes. Yun Tsang smiled, took out a box of spiritual tea from his interspatial ring and handed it to Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yen took the spiritual tea, and as soon as she opened the lid, a rich and fragrant smell wafted to her nose. She took a few spoonsful out and started to brew tea. As expected from the Imperial teacher of Yenzhou Kingdom, the quality of this spiritual tea was much better than the quality of the tea she obtained from shopkeeper Lu. Lu Mu Yan's actions that were like moving clouds and flowing water were very pleasing to the eye. Then she listened to Yun Tsang's order and poured everyone a cup. Yun Tsang's value of Lu Mu Yen and his different attitude towards her made most of the other students astounded, and they all reassessed Lu Mu Yen in their hearts. Yun Tsang took a sip from his teacup and his eyes revealed some satisfaction, then said rather slowly towards everyone, starting today, your trial truly begins. Your first mission. Within 5 days, each of you must go out and kill at least 10 tier 5 demonic beasts and come back. You can team up to complete the mission, or you can snatch it from other people, but you aren't allowed to kill each other. After 5 days, come here to meet us. If you don't reach the number, you will be eliminated automatically. Then a small team from the Imperial family will escort the eliminated people back to the Imperial capital. Yes, Imperial teacher. Hearing the first task issued, every student participating in the trial here were all feeling ambitious and fervent. By the way, you need to complete this operation alone or in any team. The instructors will no longer accompany you throughout, so pay attention to your own safety. If you die here, then everything will be over for you. I hope that you will all stay alive. Yun Tsang drank all the tea in the cup and with a serious expression, rest for a night, and you'll leave early tomorrow morning. Whether you complete the mission or not, 5 days later, before this time, report back. We will follow the instructions of the Imperial teacher. Chapter 84, Spiritual Force Body Tempering. After everyone scattered, Lu Mu Yen greeted Lu Mu Bai before walking to sit cross-legged atop a large tree with dense foliage not far from the wooden house. She closed her eyes and the spiritual energy within her body performed a few macrocosmic orbits, placing her whole body and mind in a free and empty state. One night was enough for her to advance. Streams of spiritual force came from all directions and quickly entered her body. A faint green force encircled her dantian, full of vitality. Above her head, in the sky, clusters of spiritual clouds gathered, and lightning bolts descended from the spiritual clouds, striking each of Lu Mu Yan's meridians. The spiritual force continuously tempered her body. Dazzling lights like colored glaze shone down on her through the dense leaves, making the gorgeous, white-clothed young girl appear as if a stunning celestial that had descended, rippling in light and enigmatic as if behind a layer of mist. And this sight naturally stirred everyone who was resting within the wooden hut. They leapt out of the house, looked in Lu Mu Yan's direction, and were completely stunned. This is spiritual force body tempering? A student stammered out. Isn't Lu Mu Yan's talent a bit too strong? She's only advancing but can actually attract spiritual force body tempering. Isn't it that only the legendary constitution can cause such an anomalous phenomenon of heaven and earth? A member of the Imperial family said in disbelief. She doesn't have a special or rare constitution, but it said that people with the terminal meridian's constitution are actually extremely talented and heaven-defying. It's just that it's been stopped by their terminal meridians. So after eradicating the terminal meridian's constitution, her talents and aptitudes are gradually revealed. This truly is the so-called interdependence of blessings and misfortunes. The Lu Mu Yan, after eradicating the terminal meridian's constitution, compared to the trash from before, are like two different people. The students were discussing constantly, and they all sighed with mixed emotions at Lu Mu Yan's good fortune. Yun Song, Lan Si, and Yun Ji were also standing outside the hut, looking at the anomalous phenomena occurring at that large tree. Every time a spiritual cloud scattered, there would be even more that floated over. It was as if the white-clothed woman shrouded in a colorful glaze had a dantian that was a bottomless pit, incessantly absorbing the spiritual force of heaven and earth. Its speed was truly breathtaking. Imperial teacher, Lu Mu Yan really doesn't have the heavenly spiritual body? Yun Ji looked at Yun Song in confusion, asking. He had never seen anyone who could attract the spiritual force body tempering anomalous phenomenon when they were advancing. Such an anomalous phenomenon was only a legendary existence, yet he didn't expect to see it today occurring on the infamous trash of the empire. Yun Song's gaze was deep, and with a rare smile on his face, he sighed. She does indeed not have the heavenly spiritual body, but she has excelling talent that is no less than a heavenly spiritual body. The future of this girl is immeasurable. Then, Yun Song looked at Lan Si with a serious expression and ordered, no accident can occur to Lu Mu Yan during this trial. Whether it was the master behind Lu Mu Yan, or the excelling cultivation and alchemy talents that she displayed, it all decided that she would be an extraordinary person in the future. The empire could not lose such a talent. I will protect her secretly. Lan Si nodded, but all the missions in the trial need to be completed by herself, so I will not take action until a life-or-death moment. That is only of course. If she can't even pass such a trial, then it would be a waste of her good aptitude. A sharp glint flashed in Yun Song's eyes. I just have a feeling that she can win a trial quota this time. I hope so. The gaze that Lan Si cast towards Lu Mu Yan revealed a hint of extreme interest. After a few hours, Lu Mu Yan's spiritual energy soared. She opened her tightly shut eyes and formed a few hand seals before her. The few spiritual clouds that remained in the sky were absorbed by her, and the layer of thin film that blocked her advancement in her dantian was broken by the flooding of elemental energy. Wang! A huge amount of spiritual energy poured into her dantian, and the light green mist expanded in size. Only after performing a few cosmic orbits in her body, was Lu Mu Yan's advancement complete. Feeling the abundant and deep spiritual energy within her, a confident smile rose on her lips. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Although she was only at a sword spirit cultivation base, but the spiritual energy in her body wasn't inferior to that of an initial phase Sword King Sword Master. Now she had another layer of guarantee for the upcoming trial mission. Then Lu Mu Yen finished and glanced in the direction of the wooden hut with furrowed brows. There, countless pairs of eyes were staring at her, transfixed, making her feel very helpless. After eradicating her terminal meridian's constitution, her potential talent was even better than those pampered children with special constitutions. And because of her unique flesh-refining manual, every time she advanced, she would attract the anomalous phenomena of heaven and earth where spiritual clouds would send lightning to temper her body. She suddenly felt a headache because the scene of her advancement was too big. She didn't like being watched and liked to cause trouble even less. But as long as she could refine the foundation establishment pill and take it, after successfully establishing her foundation, she could create a site where it would conceal and isolate the anomalous phenomena of heaven and earth during advancement from the outside world. She ignored the gazes of those people. Right now, she was bound to be questioned if she walked over, so she continued to sit on the tree and close her eyes to rest. It wasn't until when the time came for the mission to start did Lu Mu Yen jump off the branch and leave with Lu Mu Bai and the rest. After separating from the other trial students, Yunlan took out a beast skin map and carefully checked it. "Alan, you actually have a map of the outer ring and inner ring of the glacial mountain range." Xiao Ziong looked at the beast skin map and said in surprise. Yunlan looked at the beast skin map carefully, then explained, "This is from my master." After hearing that it was given by Yunlan's master, Xiao Ziong said excitedly with a smile, "Then are there marked locations for the Tier 5 demonic beasts we need to find?" Yunlan's master was Tatsword, sovereign expert of the empire that was currently in closed-door cultivation, and also Yanzhou Kingdom's strongest sword master. It was also because of his support that Yanzhou Kingdom wasn't completely reduced to the ranks of a small country. "Yep, there are rough coordinates," Yunlan said to them after confirming a few points on the map. "There's a Tier 5 ice ape to the east of the mountain and it's also the closest place to us. Let's go there for the mission first." "Alright." Their little team consisted of Yunlan, Yun Jin, Xiao Ziong, Yun Luo, Qi Yi Xian and the two siblings of the Lu clan. Their strengths were relatively prominent among the trial teams. With Yunlan's map, the efficiency would be improved a lot, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to complete the missions. It saved time and trouble. 5 days was enough. "Elder cousin brother, are there marked locations of spiritual herbs?" Lu Mu Yen asked in a whisper when she walked beside Yunlan. Yunlan nodded, "Yes, but not complete. There's only markings for spiritual herbs that are being protected by demonic beasts." "Can I take a look?" Lu Mu Yan's eyes lit up like stars. A spiritual herb like the deep orchid would definitely be guarded by a demonic beast. Yunlan smiled, took out the beast skin map from his chest area 1 and handed it to Lu Mu Yen. Then he pointed to a few places where only one word was written, saying, "These are the places. There's the word orchid 2 here, does it represent the deep orchid?" Lu Mu Yen stared at the place marked on the map with the word orchid as her heart skipped a beat. "Yes, the deep orchid can only be found in the glacial mountain range. It's extremely rare and precious. According to my master's notes, the demonic beast guarding it is a peak phase Tier 5 cold mist Jiao 3. It's also the king of the northwest area." Yunlan was very familiar with the things marked on the map. His master had explained it all to him one by one before coming. Lu Mu Yen pointed to a few other markings and asked at random, but she noted down the deep orchid's direction and location in her heart. One probably an unnecessary explanation, but you know how in ancient China, people wore robe-like clothes? Love them BTW, they're so pretty. Anyways, obviously you wrap one side of the robe over the other side to wear it, so there's a slit there to put things. Often in Chinese dramas you'd see them take things out from their chest area. Women are often seen taking things out from their sleeves. 2. The actual character is from, which is deep orchid. 3. Okay, based on my many years of reading Chinese novels, the word used here to describe the animal means a being that is more than a snake but less than a dragon. I did a brief Google and Baidu search and it came up with amongst some other answers which is translated as a flood dragon. Are thought to be beings that are related to water only. Can eventually evolve to become a true dragon, however. There's no real English translation except dragon, but it's not quite. So I'm leaving it as it is. Chapter 85, How Violent Lu Mu Yen and her party quickly arrived at the Ice Apes cave marked on the map. Sure enough, they felt 3 Tier 5 demonic beast auras in the depths of the cave. Outside the cave, groups of low-level ice apes were walking back and forth. Yunlan made a gesture to the others with his hands, took out a longsword, then cut through the air. The others also took out their spirit treasures one by one to sweep through the low-level ice apes outside, and in only a short while, they made their way deep into the cave. Roar! Their fight also attracted the attention of the 3 ice ape kings deep in the cave that rushed out, beating their chests. Lu Mu Yen looked at one of the ice ape kings that was more than 3 meters high, and fighting spirit rose in her eyes. After the spiritual force body tempering and advancing to a sword spirit, her Bodhi's toughness also rose a level, and the flesh refining technique rose a layer too. This initial phase Tier 5 demonic beast was the perfect opponent for to practice against right now. Leave that shortest one to me. Lu Mu Yen said as she rolled her fists. Xiao Ziong rolled his eyes at her and said, that's a Tier 5 demonic beast. Even if you did advance to sword spirit, you don't need to be so wild and arrogant, right? Lu Mu Yen glanced at him lightly, it's not like I'm an idiot like you. After speaking, she didn't wait for anyone else to say anything, and with a flash, she just raised her fist and charged over. She leapt up and with bare hands, directly greeting the ice ape that charged towards her. Boom boom. The two collided. The ice ape stumbled back a few steps, while Lu Mu Yen was directly slammed into the wall opposite, shaking down a lot of rubble. However, her face not only didn't have the slightest discoloration, but instead, her fighting spirit grew more and more intense. Her exquisite and gorgeous face was dyed with a layer of faint red, then with a leap, she once again, in mid-air, punched towards the ice ape. The Ice Ape King had already developed intelligence, so it was completely angered by such provocation from a human that was one stage lower than itself. It beat its chest and roared a few times, then similarly clenched its hands to greet that tender fist. Bang! The two fists met, but neither side was jolted back this time. They continued to fight using the most primitive physical combat method, throwing punches at each other one by one. Is Lu Mu Yen still a woman? Xiao Ziong watched that petite and delicate woman collide and bombard that tall, thick ice ape, completely stupefied. And yet she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. The traces of wildness, arrogance, and that domineering manner she revealed completely startled him. Yun Jin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He stood beside Xiao Ziong with folded arms as his eyes revealed some interest. How violent. But I like it. Xiao Ziong held his forehead. Were there still any normal people around? He glanced around. Yunlan and Yunluo were practicing against one, Lu Mu Bai faced another alone, Qi Yi Xian was cleaning up the few low-level ice apes that they had missed, and Lu Mu Yen was just currently fighting gleefully. He couldn't help but poke Yunjin's arm and said, is it really fine for us to just stand here and watch the fight? What's wrong with that? Those who have the abilities do more work. Just let them fight first. Their hands were itching for a long time. Yun Jin raised an eyebrow indifferently, even if we want to intervene, there's nowhere to be of use right now, so just watch. Xiao Ziong also realized that Yun Jin's words were reasonable, so he shrugged and continued to watch the battle. From time to time, he would even nitpick Lu Mu Yan's fight, but he couldn't help but feel admiration towards her rise within him. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The fight developed into a completely one-sided battle. Lu Mu Bai easily beheaded the Ice Ape King he battled, while Yunlan and Yunluo also killed the other Ice Ape without using their full strength. Seeing that the other people's battles were already over, Lu Muyan didn't delay any more time either. She took 2 steps back, moved her fingers, and one immediately saw thin red threads of elemental energy condensation reveal itself from the ice ape's thin fur, displayed in an octagonal shape. This was the fire elemental energy array that she quietly buried on the ice ape's body every time her body physically clashed with the ice ape's. If she wanted to kill her opponent with her physical strength alone, she still couldn't do it for the time being. Of course, if she could do another spiritual force body tempering, then she could do it. Lu Muyan murmured a few phrases and activated the fire elemental energy in the array. The octagonal-shaped red threads began to move quickly and gradually tightened. A moment later, the red thread firmly bound the limbs of the ice ape, trapping it in place for the time being. At the same time, the eye of the array lit up brightly in red, transforming into streams of light that shot out directly towards the center of the ice ape's eyebrows. The ice ape wailed, then its huge body fell heavily to the ground, without a single breath remaining. The few people that were originally merely standing, watching her fight were now all stunned. When did she arrange this trick? They didn't notice it at all. They only knew the constant bombardment of bodies between her and the ice ape, but they didn't expect that she had long planted a second means to win. Muyan, what was the matter with that trick you just used? Elemental energy condensation is really this powerful? Yun Jin watched Lu Muyan's battle from start to finish but didn't notice that she used elemental energy condensation. The elemental energy condensation of a sword skill was what made the Yi clan famous, but it didn't have such potent, silent, and obscure powers. Lu Muyan collected her spoils, and didn't conceal either. This is an array formed by elemental energy condensation. Those thin red threads had long destroyed the meridians in the limbs of that ice ape. When I decide to kill it, it can also play a restraining role. She was most famous in the spirit world not for her alchemy skills, but for her arrays. She had thoroughly researched all types of arrays and were highly adept in them. If her strength allowed her, she could even personally arrange a few ancient great arrays. Even if a sword sovereign expert entered, she could promise that they wouldn't be able to exit. Although at the cultivation base of a great sword master, she could condense the elemental energy within their body, but it wasn't that powerful. However, after entering the sword spirit stage, she could use many different skills. An elemental energy array could also be quietly assembled, making one hard to defend against it. It made fights a lot easier. Except she was currently cultivating the cultivation skills of the immortal cultivation world, so advancing in the levels of a sword master just couldn't allow her to use certain talents. Only when she established her foundation, formed a core, formed a nascent soul and so forth, like in her previous life, could she exhibit her strengths. Aren't arrays only able to be arranged with array flags and array tools? Yun Luo asked in surprise. Most arrays do require array flags and array tools, but they can also be constructed with elemental energy. But not everyone can use elemental energy to build an array. Lu Muyan stretched out her hand and a red, octagonal elemental energy array was easily constructed by her. She continued, building an array with elemental energy not only requires one to do 3 things at once, but also requires the talent to enter a free and empty state at any time, and make a sketch of the array in their heart. The heart array was a secret manual that had long been lost in the ancient times. She only knew it because she accidentally discovered it in an ancient cultivator's cave. In the immortal cultivation world, there wouldn't be more than 10 people that could use spiritual energy to build an array. In a place like Tianling continent where everything was lacking, it was probably even more impossible to find a second person who could use the heart array. After listening to Lu Muyan's explanation, Yun Luo and the rest were all speechless. In the end, wasn't it that it required talent to be able to do it? They sure didn't have the ability to achieve a free and empty state of mind at any time, nor do 3 things at once. Lu Muyan was just specifically attacking them now. It only took a few months for her to advance from an advanced phase sword novice to a sword spirit. This sort of speed really made them, who were the so-called geniuses, yet used more than a decade, feel ashamed. She also only used the cultivation base of a sword spirit to defeat a tier 5 ice ape that was equivalent to an initial phase sword king strength, and not only used elemental energy condensation, but could also use elemental energy to build an array to kill her opponent. These methods had never been heard of before. She slowly revealed to them the edges of her talents, but every time they thought that her strength and the means she displayed had already exceeded their imagination, she could attack them again with reality. After hunting the tier 5 ice apes, the group followed the closest path on the marked map and swept up and beheaded the tier 5 demonic beasts required for the mission. 3 days later, on a glacial plain, green trees were dotted among the vast expanse of white, and a group of cold vultures flew on the clearing around the trees. When Yun Zmo and 2 other teams of students rushed to the icefield, wanting to kill the tier 5 cold vultures that they received information of, they saw a large group of cold vultures currently fighting a few people. Among the few people led by Lu Mu Bai, 2 of them cleaned the low-level cold vulture on the periphery, while 4 of them faced 4 tier 5 cold vulture kings among the cold vultures. And the white-clothed woman currently in battle with a tier 5 cold vulture king unexpectedly stunned them. She was agile and fast, sped swiftly beneath the wings of the demonic beast, blasted and slammed with her fists covered in elemental energy, used her body to fight head-to-head with the tier 5 cold vulture king, and yet she wasn't at all at a disadvantage. Sword masters were more adept in long-range combats because their Bodhi's toughness couldn't be compared to a demonic beast's, so they were weak in close-quarters combat. But Lu Mu Yen personally let them realize that the body of a human sword master could also be as strong and tough as a demonic beast. That's Lu Mu Yen. Ji Han Su, who stood beside Yun Zmo, didn't conceal the shock in his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, had absolutely never believed that Lu Mu Yan's body was so tough. Yun Zmo's cold eyes deepened. She should have practiced a flesh-refining skill. But to be able to combat a tier 5 demonic beast with the cultivation base of a sword spirit master, and still appear to be winning, she indeed has her own strengths. The body of a human sword master, compared to a demonic beast, was extremely fragile. A sword master once developed a flesh-refining skill to make up for this shortcoming, but unfortunately, these sorts of skills were not only rare to find, but it also wasn't suitable for everyone to cultivate. He guessed that Lu Mu Yen probably obtained a flesh-refining manual and trained in it successfully. Otherwise it'd be impossible to have the ability and physical quality to fight against demonic beasts directly. Could it be the effect of the marrow cleansing pill? A fiery light flashed across Ji Han Zu's eyes. Yun Zmo pondered for a bit before disagreeing. Even the most heaven-defying pill couldn't cleanse the marrow and refine the body. The strength she displayed doesn't seem to be improved because she took a pill. But it's undeniable that the marrow cleansing pill indeed turned the famous waste of the Imperial capital into a genius who's not at all inferior to you now. Ji Han Su held a firm belief in the efficacy of the marrow cleansing pill. Recently, the Ji clan was also secretly negotiating with the Lu clan, only hoping to successfully obtain the marrow cleansing pill. Yun Zmo's eyes displayed a look of disagreement, but he didn't say more. Presumably, there were a lot of people that thought of Lu Mu Yen in that way, but he guessed that it was actually because this woman hid her talents well. He firmly believed that it was simply impossible for a person to change so drastically due to the effects of a pill alone. After eradicating the terminal meridian's constitution, 2 of the most important factors that Lu Mu Yen relied on to achieve what she did, definitely must be her own extraordinary talents and own efforts. The jealousy in Yun Ge's eyes were inadvertently revealed and was quickly caught by Qi Luxiang, who stood not far away. She lowered her eyes to cover up the changing emotions in her eyes and thought, this time, she'd definitely not allow Lu Mu Yen to return, and would help the Gu clan get rid of this huge nuisance and trouble. The fight remained one-sided. After Lu Mu Yen sweat to her heart's content, and her body and mind were refreshed, she arranged an elemental energy killing array to trap the Cold Vulture King. The Cold Vulture King was unwilling to reveal weakness. It was trapped, but it gathered all its demonic energy on its sharp beak, raised its head, then lowered it, pecking towards the weakest part of Lu Mu Yan's head. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks. Lu Muyan's eyes grew cold. A layer of glaze-like jade color enveloped her hand. She quickly backed away a few steps, then leapt forward, and her right fist that carried boundless elemental energy was directly inserted into the area where the crystal core resided, wrenching it right out. Gah! The cold vulture king's eyes bulged, and its breath stopped abruptly in its last call. After putting away the cold vulture king's corpse, Lu Muyan walked to Yunlan and the other's side, and said with a smile, "Mission complete. Lu Muyan, you little monster. You completed your first trial mission in only 3 days." Xiao Ziong pursed his lips and said, unreconciled. Except there was a smile of admiration in his eyes. Lu Muyan raised an eyebrow, stretched out her hand and patted his shoulder. Then her eyes curved into a crescent shape as she smiled, "Brother, I've got to remind you that you've still got 7 demonic beasts left to complete the mission, but there's only 2 days left." The corner of Xiao Ziong's mouth twitched. This was precisely a caustic friend that was here just to take a jab at his heart. The others couldn't help but smile. Then seeing the people on the opposite side walk towards them, Yunlan's eyes deepened, and he greeted Yun Zmo, young royal uncle. Yun Zmo's cold eyes didn't reveal much emotion. He nodded and asked, "Have you all completed your missions?" "We're almost done." Yunlan turned the conversation on its head and asked with a smile, "I suppose that young royal uncle must have completed your trial missions, right?" "Not yet. There's still 3 more left until completion." Yun Zmo answered indifferently. "I say Yunlan, aren't you all a bit unkind?" Ji Han Su stepped forward and with a smile, as if joking, said, "You guys always intercept and kill the tier 5 demonic beasts. You should at least leave some soup for us brothers when you're eating the meat." Xiao Ziong still remembered how Ji Han Su acted against Lu Mubai for Yungu earlier, so he said, "Well, who told you guys to always be slower than us? Even I haven't had any soup, so don't you guys count on having any either." "Oh, isn't this alchemist Xiao? You still need to drink soup? With your identity as an alchemist, you can just beckon and call, and wouldn't there be a lot of sword masters who will come and hack through brambles and thorns and sweep a bunch of tier 5 demonic beasts for you?" A young man beside Ji Han Su who wore fine and splendid robes sneered, with ridicule in his voice. Xiao Ziong choked. He did indeed have some power to rally helpers back in the Imperial capital because of his identity as an alchemist, but during the trial in the glacial mountain range, everyone was a child favored by the heavens. So who would help him sweep up tier 5 demonic beasts for a few pills? The anger in his heart rose steadily. The young man across from him who spoke was also his enemy in the Imperial capital, so to be ridiculed like this, he truly couldn't swallow the anger. Just when he was about to resolve this using force, his arm was pulled by Lu Muyan. "Alchemist Xiao, this miss is willing to hack through brambles and thorns to sweep up a bunch of tier 5 demonic beasts for you." Lu Muyan's eyes curved as they carried a brightness and continued, "Let alone drinking soup, let's not even leave a single demonic beast fur for these eyesores." "All right." Xiao Ziong felt the warmth from his arms, and his heart also warmed up. Lu Muyan truly was loyal. "Lu Muyan, who are you saying is an eyesore?" That young man who had ridiculed Xiao Ziong glared at her furiously. Lu Muyan retracted her hand on Xiao Ziong's arm, picked up a strand of hair on her shoulder to play with, then raised her eyes carelessly, saying, "Of course it's whoever answers is the eyesore." This person was Gu Yanran's admirer. He hadn't ridiculed and bullied her any less when they met before, and now he was mocking Xiao Ziong. Lu Muyan's lips curled up into a cold arc. "Want to complete the mission to kill tier 5 demonic beasts? Humph, with her here, this person could dream on." Chapter 87, prepared to prank. Hearing Lu Muyan's arrogant words, the people around the young boy frowned unconsciously. "Lu Muyan, don't think that you're amazing just because you're able to kill a tier 5 demonic beast, and you even want to not leave a single demonic beast fur for us. If you really have that ability, then show it to us, why only talk about it?" Yungo looked unhappy, then mocked, let's take a bet to see just who will lose. Lu Muyan's aunt in the Imperial Palace, as the Empress, already suppressed her concubine mother. Who expected that now the Lu clan's little trash's strength also suppressed her? With new grudges and old grudges, it made Yungo feel exceptional disgust towards Lu Muyan. Lu Muyan chuckled and raised an eyebrow, that's what you said. Was this stupid woman really an elite raised by the Imperial family? She not only wasn't astute nor subtle, but also got angry immediately when provoked. Lu Muyan couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Ji Han-su. With such a pig teammate one as his betrothed, Ji Han-su's entire life would definitely never be boring. In fact, she didn't know that Yunge's concubine mother was given the cold shoulder by Yun Tianchen because she once acted arrogantly towards the Empress and didn't give her any face, relying on the fact that she was highly favored by the Emperor. As Yunge's talent was pretty good, she was sent to cultivate in the Imperial family's secret grounds. Plus, she was the princess of the Imperial family, so many people were willing to sell her some favors, and from a young age, she was also very distant from the complexities of the Imperial Palace and hadn't interacted with a lot of secrets. That's why it raised her to be such a simplistic, stupid, and self-centered person. Ji Han-su naturally caught Lu Muyan's blatant sympathetic gaze and he couldn't help but hold his forehead. He was actually being sympathized and gloated by the once most famous trash of the Imperial capital. But looking at his betrothed's disdainful, nasty face, he couldn't help but want to wipe some tears of sympathy for himself as well. He couldn't help but assist Yungo last time because of their relationship, but now she was acting stupid again. He really didn't have the heart to care about it anymore. After returning, he must properly mention it to the superiors of the clan. It was best to annul this engagement. Lu Muyan, who can't talk big? Then well, wait and see how you keep us from not even being able to touch demonic beast fur. The young man sneered and said with extreme disdain. Lu Muyan gave the two a like in her heart too, they sure knew exactly what to do. After completing the mission, the 2 days left would be filled with idleness and boredom. Since it didn't really occur often that an opportunity to prank would arrive at the door by itself, she'd play with them a bit then. Alright. You two just prepare to pack your bags and return to the Imperial capital after 2 days then. Lu Muyan smiled devilishly and the arrogance in her eyes was undisguised. Humph, what big talk. Just wait and see. Yungo also couldn't help but snort, turned around and dragged Ji Han-su with the rest, leaving the ice field. She wanted to find Tier 5 demonic beasts before Lu Muyan and the others and let that woman lose face entirely. The people from the other small team glanced at each other and followed. They were all sword spirit strengths, so if they wanted to successfully complete the task, they had to rely on Ji Han-su. Yun Zimo's obsidian-like eyes were encircled with a layer of unidentifiable light. He took a deep look at Lu Muyan, addressed Yunlan, then turned to leave. However, his route was the opposite of Yunge's group. He had a feeling that if he followed Yungo, his mission would be difficult to complete. After all the people who had intruded left, worry rose in Xiao Ziyang's eyes. Lu Muyan, even if you want to help me retaliate against them, you didn't need to boast so wildly, right? If you let them kill a Tier 5 demonic beast, then we'd both lose our faces terribly. Although he said this, he didn't have any intent on blaming her. On the contrary, there was an unprecedented excitement in his heart, as if he was going to do something amazingly terribly bad with Lu Muyan. He didn't know why, but when it came to Lu Muyan's words, he actually felt a sense of unquestioning belief. He really was spending a bit too much time with this violent woman. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Lu Muyan looked at him askance as if he were an idiot. You're the only one that'll lose face, it's got nothing to do with me. After a pause, she added, let's go quickly. Don't always think about playing dirty tricks, you still have to kill 7 Tier 5 demonic beasts to complete the mission. Xiao Ziyang's forehead was full of creases. Was it impossible to speak nicely now? It was obvious that she wanted to play dirty tricks to prank people, so what did it have to do with him? Not to mention, could she not always mention the 7 demonic beasts situation and poke his sore spots? You guys that have finished the mission, will you be going back first, or follow us to prank people? A naughty smile rose on Lu Muyan's lips. Lu Muyan made it no secret that she was not a virtuous maiden, and she definitely wasn't a good person. But such a straightforward temperament just so happened to be something the others appreciated. Since Muyan is so confident, we naturally have to go and join in on the fun. Yunlan revealed a light smile, and he couldn't help but feel that his heart was dyed with a layer of joy as he looked at the woman in front of him with her bright eyes, lively and adorable. Yunjin loved to watch the excitement, so he blinked at Lu Muyan playfully and said with a smile, "They can't touch demonic beast fur, but me, Ziong and Yixian's mission demonic beasts should be fine, right?" He and Xiao Ziong's strength was at the bottom of the group, so they still had to kill 4 Tier 5 demonic beasts to complete the mission. Qi Yixian still had 2 more, while the others had all completed their missions. Naturally. At the same time as making trouble, it's also for you guys to quickly complete your missions. Lu Muyan rolled her eyes at Yunjin. He could even ask such a stupid question. Sure enough, after spending a long time with Xiao Ziong, his IQ was also dragged down. Lu Muyan, you're sure loyal. When we return to the Imperial capital, your brother will look after you. Xiao Ziong wanted to reach out to hang his arm around Lu Muyan's shoulder to express that they were good brothers, but was deliberately blocked by Qi Yixian. Let's go too and find the Tier 5 demonic beasts before them. Qi Yixian said deeply. He felt very uncomfortable right now. He was delightedly surprised that Lu Muyan once again shocked and amazed him, and kept attracting his gaze, making his heart beat uncontrollably. But at the same time, he also hoped to hide her deeply so that she couldn't be coveted by other men. The Tier 5 demonic beasts marked on Yunlan's map had basically been cleaned up by them, and the few that were left were rather far away. Xiao Ziong couldn't help but ask again, while walking, how do we find Tier 5 demonic beasts without a map? Follow Yungu and the others? Then he immediately knocked his head and laughed, saying, that's right. We can follow them. The moment we encounter a Tier 5 demonic beast, we can just rush over and kill it first. Do you think Ji Han's Sword King cultivation base is just accessory? Lu Muyan looked at Xiao Ziong wordlessly. Besides, what we want to do is play tricks on them, so naturally they need to personally watch how we don't leave a single fur for them. Do you think it's possible to do that if we try to snatch and kill the demonic beast after following them? Then what should we do? You must have some idea, right? Xiao Ziong saw the brilliance in Lu Muyan's eyes and knew immediately that this woman was plotting again. Luckily he wasn't her enemy, otherwise he really would be played to death. Lu Muyan raised an eyebrow and smiled in a dominating manner, that's only natural. Not only do I want them to be eliminated in the first mission, but I also want them to personally witness how we put all the mission items into our own pockets. Seeing her confident, gorgeous smile, all of them unanimously lit a candle 3 in their hearts for those who offended Lu Muyan. One common colloquial saying meaning they teammates not only useless but causes trouble for others. 2 more colloquial sayings, this time is basically like how we say we liked a Facebook post or other social media posts. Pretty modern word, but you know, it's a web novel. 3 lighting candles is usually done for the dead, or to pray and or bless someone, but in this case lighting candles is used to pray for them, hoping they don't die too badly since Lu Muyan really is going to prank them hard. They're pitying them for what they'll go through, haha. Chapter 88, Lu Muyan playing dirty tricks. As they hurried along their journey, Lu Muyan released Mo Yen, who was cultivating in the spirit pet bangle. For that boring bet, you actually bother me when I'm cultivating? Mo Yan's indifferent eyes displayed a bit of displeasure. Although he didn't like to stay in the spirit pet bangle, but he could only endure it in order to not waste a single moment cultivating. Yet who knew that this woman would bother him for such trivial matters? Lu Muyan held Mo Yen in her arms and poked him on the back, telepathically saying, do you still want that pill refined from a tier 5 crystal core? If you don't work hard, you want to take it for nothing? Then she said, twaddled on, don't you know this is also because I want to help you collect more crystal cores to refine into pills? Since you don't cherish it, then go back to your spirit pet bangle and continue to cultivate. Mo Yen took a deep breath. This woman really was good. There's a tier 5 snow leopard 500 meters ahead of that group of people. Lu Mu Yan's eyes were full of smiles, and she continued poking at the soft and warm little beast in her arms. Now that's right, being tactful is the solid principle. Mo Yen didn't bother to talk to her anymore. After pointing the way, he just let Lu Mu Yen hold him as he closed his eyes to rest. With Mo Yan's precise instructions, Lu Mu Yen took Yun Lan and the others around to a small path and circled in front of Yun Gu and the others. Sure enough, after 500 meters, on a low mound, they found traces of a tier 5 snow leopard. What are you three waiting for? First come first serve, don't you want to complete your mission? Lu Mu Yen leaned on a big tree, pointed to the snow leopard not far away and looked at the three that hadn't completed their missions indolently. She had hunted and killed 10 initial phase tier 5 demonic beasts already, and also gradually found that feeling of doing something to her heart's content. So it wasn't that she didn't want to help the three of them kill the demonic beasts, but she hoped that they would grow up on their own. The trial mission of slaying tier 5 demonic beasts a level above them wasn't just a test for those who participated in the trial, but it was also to hone their combat skills and survivability. The three of them were dazed for a moment when they heard Lu Mu Yan's words, then two figures quickly dashed out and went straight for the snow leopard. Xiao Ziong, who was a half-beat behind, cursed, then also charged over quickly. The three men besieged and scrambled for that one snow leopard. In the end, it was Yun Jin who played a trick that caused the other two to be half-step slower when they were about to kill the snow leopard, and successfully scooped out the snow leopard's crystal core. He held it in his hands and waved it at Lu Mu Yen and the rest, a face of smugness. And it was at this moment that Yun Gu and her team also found this low mound. But when they saw the snow leopard's crystal core in Yun Jin's hands, their complexion wasn't very good. Lu Mu Yen, didn't you say Thadia wouldn't let us even touch the fur of a tier 5 demonic beast? Why is the person who killed the demonic beast my royal elder brother? Weren't you quite capable before? Yun Gu saw that the person who slayed the snow leopard wasn't Lu Mu Yen, so her heart relaxed, and she couldn't help but ridicule. Lu Mu Yen sneered, did I ever say that I'll do it myself? Why should I bother exerting my mental effort when someone could exert themselves instead? I'm not as stupid as you. Yun Gu trembled with anger. Lu Mu Yen, that bitch actually dared say she was stupid, it was truly unforgivable. Except, she only got to say one word and was stopped by Ji Han Su behind her, whose brows were furrowed. Lu Mu Yen did only say that she wouldn't even allow them to touch a demonic beast, but she didn't say that she would do it herself. What's the use of arguing about these things now? He became more and more angry with Yun Gu within. Enough. Now isn't the time to argue. Let's hurry up and find the next tier 5 demonic beast. No one in the two teams had completed their first trial mission yet. If they followed this trend, they could really be eliminated. Ji Han Su intensely regretted why he would team up with Yun Gu. The worries in Ji Han Su's heart, Yun Gu naturally thought of too. She sure didn't want to be eliminated in the first round of the trial mission, so she could only glare at Lu Mu Yen unwillingly and say ruthlessly, Lu Mu Yen, just you wait. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, I await your esteemed self one anytime. Lu Mu Yen chuckled nonchalantly. A character like Yun Gu couldn't even compare to Gu Yen Ran. She really didn't pay attention to her, and she didn't have time to play with her even more. If she wanted to cause trouble, then she'll just accompany her whenever necessary. The young man also glared at Lu Mu Yen, trash, just you want and see. Hearing the word trash, Lu Mu Yan's pretty eyes narrowed. In the following 2 days, a similar scenario was acted out in the boundary of the outer ring and inner ring in the glacial mountain range time and again. Just when the trial students of the two teams found a trail of their target Tier 5 demonic beast, Lu Mu Yen and her group would always be ahead of them one step, not more nor less, and every time the groups arrived, the demonic beast would always just happen to be slayed. Indeed, not a single fur was left for them. Lu Mu Yen, have you played enough games? Ji Han Su changed from his usual cheerful laughter to an expression that carried slight grimness as he looked at the dead demonic beasts on the ground. Lu Mu Yen wrapped her fingers around a strand of shiny black hair, raised an eyebrow and said, "Didn't your people let me do this? Of course it's not enough. Lu Mu Yen, those two offended you, but we haven't. Isn't it too much of you to keep robbing our target demonic beasts?" The leader of the other group of students from the Empire Academy couldn't help but step forward and say. Lu Mu Yen tilted her head to look at Xiao Ziong and asked, "Did I kill that demonic beast?" "No, Yun Jin killed it." Xiao Ziong shook his head cooperatively. Lu Mu Yen shrugged to the group of people not far away and said, "Did you hear that? The one who snatched your target demonic beast was Yun Jin, so what's it got to do with me?" Both teams were all rather angered by that careless, unscrupulous tone. It was true that she wasn't the one who killed the demonic beasts. But making the connection with the powdered drugs from before that could make demonic beasts unable to move temporarily, prepared by Lu Mu Yen, they all concluded that it was definitely Lu Mu Yan's masterpiece for them to always, coincidentally, be that one step ahead in finding a Tier 5 demonic beast. Yun Jin's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Just who was the one who ordered him to go fight before? Lu Mu Yen, do you really want everyone in our two teams to be eliminated? Ji Han Su suppressed the anger in his chest and calmly asked as he looked at Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yen swept across Ji Han Su with a look as if saying he was stupid, then said slowly, "I've got no grievances against you guys. Why do I want to eliminate everyone in your two teams? I'm betting with them, not you guys. Isn't it fine if you just don't follow them?" After hearing her say that, the rest also had a revelation, and they secretly blamed Yungu and the young boy. The two thought they were so amazing and wanted to gamble with Lu Mu Yen before, but now they were all being held back because of the two. Lu Mu Yen caught the looks on the people opposite, then reminded them kindly with a smile, "There's only one day remaining in the trial. You all better hurry up." Neither of the two teams could do anything to her, and they couldn't delay any more time even more. In order to complete the trial mission, they all regrouped, then quickly went to other places to look for Tier 5 demonic beasts. Ji Han Su also left Yungu, who was pestering him, quickly leaving with the other two members of the Imperial family. They didn't have a lot remaining to complete the mission, so there was still hope to complete it in a day. According to Mo Yan's prompt, there weren't many Tier 5 demonic beasts within the few thousand li nearby, and those that were left were all at advanced phase or peak phase Tier 5 strength. These people would still have a fierce battle left to fight. With Yungu and the young man's strength, the possibility of hunting down Tier 5 demonic beasts individually was practically zero. Lu Mu Yen also lost the interest to continue playing with Yungu and the boy. Xiao Ziong and the other two had also completed their missions, so there was no need for them to continue into the inner ring's border anymore. The best translation I could give for the words, de jia, as of now. It literally translates to large carriage and figuratively is used to refer to someone powerful in status, or simply to be polite by referring to them as, and is often used as, meaning we are honored by your presence. It can also be used figuratively to refer to the emperor, amongst many other words. In this case, Lu Mu Yan's saying great self sarcastically. Note, I've been changing some terminology recently. Nothing big, but I did change Imperial Academy to Empire Academy recently. I can't remember if I changed anything else, and I don't remember if I mentioned everything I changed. But these terminology changes are on purpose, haha. To make it consistent, I also go back to the previous chapters and change it all, unless I missed some accidentally, so it's possible some terminology might be different to what you remember. It's not the author changing it, it's me changing the translation to better suit the Chinese terms. I'm bored like that, and maybe it's the tiny perfectionist in me, ha ha ha. If it is the author changing something or there's typos, if it's major, I might note it, if it's not that major, I might just translate it and not feel like making a note. I made a bunch of edits already and I don't think I mentioned every single one, so yeah. Sorry if there's confusion though. Chapter 89, Second Mission. The two teams just now came quickly and went quickly. Not even a cup of tea's worth of time later, only Yungu and that young boy were left. Lu Muyen snapped her fingers and addressed Yunjin and the others, let's return and hand in the mission. Xiao Ziyang's eyes swept across the two people whose expressions were exceptionally ugly and asked, Mu Yen, we're not going to compete with them anymore? Lu Muyen glanced at him faintly, do you think they can deal with a Tier 5 demonic beast with their strength? Xiao Ziyang looked at the two again. They were both sword spirit strength, so he shook his head, naturally it's impossible for the two to deal with Tier 5 demonic beasts. He was an advanced phase sword spirit, but when he was slaying the 10 Tier 5 demonic beasts earlier for the mission, he used items like pills, spirit treasures, talismans and the like that he had on him. From time to time, he even had to rely on Lu Muyen and the others to barely be able to complete the mission. As for the two opposite, if they were to rely on their own strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Exactly, so why waste time with them here? Lu Muyen walked towards a small path with Mo Yen in her arms, then made a hand gesture to the others, let's go and hand in the mission. Alright. Yunlan and the others also ignored the existence of Yungu and the boy and left together. With tears of grievance and resentment in Yunge's eyes, she took a deep breath and said to the young man beside her, we're just going to let them go like this? Otherwise what do we do? The two of us aren't their opponents at all. The young boy had always been the master of deceiving good and fearing evil. Even if he secretly despised in his heart right now, he didn't dare cause trouble for Lu Muyen in front of her. After he returned to the Imperial capital, he had many ways to find the ground he lost today. Yungu stomped her foot and glared at Lu Muyen's back that had long disappeared, then turned around and headed in the direction Ji Han Su went. She was also considered an expert when she was training in the Empire Academy's secret grounds, but only after entering the glacial mountain range, did she realize she was, in actual fact, the very bottom of existence, and could only rely on Ji Han Su. So if she didn't want to be eliminated, she could only go find Ji Han Su. The young man gritted his teeth and followed in Yunge's footsteps to find Ji Han Su and the others together, but in his heart he had the decision to give up the trial. With his strength, it would be as hard as climbing the heavens if he wanted to seize one of the 6 places of the trial. Lu Muyen took the few people around waves after waves of demonic beasts, and it took only half a day to return to the wooden hut for the trial mission. Muyen, your fire cloud mink sure is really powerful. Not only can it find spiritual stones and spiritual herbs, it can also help avoid demonic beasts at least hundreds of meters away. It was really worth that much ink gold coins back then. Yunjin couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions the moment he entered the wooden hut. Lu Muyen's eyes were truly sharp. She could even see the potential in such a spirit pet, she was truly abnormal. A smile rose on Lu Muyen's lips and she stretched out her hand to smooth Mo Yan's fur who was in her arms, that's only natural, how can me spirit pet be lacking? Xiao Ziyang rolled his eyes, Lu Muyen, I've discovered that you really don't have any of the reservations that girls have. So what? Lu Muyen raised an eyebrow. Why must she have the reservedness that girls should have? Even if I have a reserved side, I shouldn't show it to you. Then you show it to? Xiao Xiang smiled like a curious little baby at Lu Muyen as he glanced at Qi Yi Xian in his peripheral vision and found that he had stiffened. Upon hearing Xiao Ziyang's question, Yunlan and the others also curiously awaited Lu Muyen's answer. Lu Muyen took out a pot of spiritual tea and began to brew it. Her hand movements were elegant and methodical, and only after a while did she say slowly, of course I'll show it to my future husband. Pfft, Lu Muyen, you really have no shame. Just look at how old you are and you're already thinking about your future husband. Xiao Ziong laughed aloud. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks. Lu Mu Yan's beautiful eyes lightly narrowed at Xiao Ziong, causing him to shudder. He immediately shut his mouth. When this woman plotted against someone, it came in sets. It was best that he didn't offend her. Then what kind of husband does Mu Yan want to find in the future? Yun Jin approached Lu Mu Yan and asked with a smile. Lu Mu Yan was dazed for a moment. She seemed to have never thought about what sort of man she wanted as a husband in the future. In her past life, she was pursued by numerous men, as if schools of crucian carps in a river won, but there was no appearance of a man that could make her heart beat. She unconsciously rubbed the ice bangle on her wrist and a red figure surfaced in her mind. Then she chuckled and shook her head. Why did she think of that devilish man? Her originally confused eyes instantly regained their clarity, and she said with a light smile, "Who knows about things in the future? Let's talk about it when I meet someone who can make my heart beat for him." Her words were also equivalent to rejecting all the men present here. Although unintentional, but it had made the few, aside from Xiao Ziong and Lu Mu Bai, who were originally in high spirits, downcast. Lu Mu Yan had actually faintly noticed that Yunlan and Yun Jin were both slightly interested in her, but she didn't feel any attraction to them, so it was impossible to accept them. As for Qi Yi Xian, it was even more impossible. For a while, the atmosphere in the wooden hut was a little gloomy. Lu Mu Bai drank his tea as he stroked the blue and white porcelain teacup, the corners of his mouth curled up. His younger sister was just too outstanding. He didn't want to let her marry out so early either. Though he wondered just who could be worthy enough for his younger sister who was like a pearl, like a jewel, in the future. Around an hour later, Yun Sang walked in from outside the wooden hut. Seeing these people sitting inside, he wasn't surprised either. After examining their respective demonic beast corpses, he assigned the second trial mission to them. Wonderful, congratulations for successfully completing your first trial mission. Yun Sang's wrinkled old face revealed a rare smile. You don't need to wait for the others. You guys can just start the second trial mission. Then he distributed a list for everyone, filled with many words. After the several people read through the list, he said, "This is the mission list for each one of you. You must find at least 2/3 of the items to pass and advance to the next part of the trial. Less than 2/3, then you'll be eliminated and sent back to the Imperial capital." Xiao Ziong stretched out his head and studied Yunlan and Lu Mu Yan's lists, and found that they were all different. He raised his head and asked Yun Sang, "Imperial teacher, why do we all have different mission lists to complete?" Of course your missions lists are all different. Although I said that you can still team up for the second trial mission, but I didn't say that your missions would be the same." Yun Sang swept over them with a look of fun in his eyes, then said, "Originally, the duration of this mission is still 5 days, but you all have completed the first trial mission a day in advance, so it'll give you an extra day's time. 6 days later, return here to hand in your mission. Let me remind you that if you form a team to look for items on this list one by one, then at most you could only complete the missions of 2 people. So this mission tests your individual survivability and adaptive skills. Then doesn't that mean we can't form a team anymore?" Yun Jin furrowed his brows. There's so many mission items on this list, and there's no marked map, so how do we find them? Whether you want to form a team or not is up to you, but it's only efficient if you complete this mission individually. So think about it yourself. Yun Sang smiled profoundly. As for how you'll search for the items on the paper, it all depends on your respective abilities, otherwise do you think it's that easy to obtain one of the 6 places? Alright, after you prepare, you can start your mission. As soon as Yun Sang finished speaking, in a flash, he disappeared from the wooden hut. Lu Mu Yan held the mission list in her hands, and there was a smile brimming in the bottom of her eyes. The opportunity to individually go search for the deep orchid had come. At the same time, a man who wore a silver mask and flamboyant red clothes also took 2 people into the boundary between the outer ring and inner ring of the glacial mountain range. One pretty straightforward, Alatov men pursued Lu Mu Yen. An idiom that comes from a historical event. Note, Yay MXXLMY fans, including myself, will probably love the following few chapters. Just don't complain about their relationship developing too fast because I'm here all for that development. XD. After Yunsang left, the several people looked at the mission list in their hands again, then exchanged glances. Looks like we have to complete the missions separately. Lu Mubai placed his teacup down and put away the list. Yunlan and the rest could only nod in agreement. It would be impossible to find so many items on the list without completing the missions separately. Then I'll leave first. You guys be careful. Yun Luo stood up and said before leaving the wooden hut. Qi Yi Xian glanced at Lu Mu Yen deeply, and the hand that held the list tightened. Then he also stood up and said, I'm leaving too. Mu Yen and you all, be careful. Let's go. See you all in 6 days. Everyone take care. Lu Mu Yen finished the tea in her cup, then stood up and said to the several people with a smile. Although Lu Mubai felt uneasy about his younger sister, but he also hoped that she could grow up independently. His eyes carried some encouragement. Yenner, be careful on your way. If you encounter anyone or a demonic beast that you can't beat, then run. Your life is the most important. Yep, elder brother too. Lu Mu Yen carried warmth in her eyes. Mu Yen, be careful. Raise a signal flare of the Imperial family. If something happens, you can release this signal and welcome as soon as possible. Yunlan took out a small, black wooden box from his interspatial ring and handed it to Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yen took the wooden box and nodded with a smile. Elder cousin brother, you guys also need to be careful. It's really boring to do missions alone. Xiao Xiang said listlessly. Yun Jin patted him on the shoulder and said, brother, you take good care of yourself. Make sure not to be eliminated. You too. Alright, we're talking as if we'll be separated for a long time. I'm leaving too. Xiao Xiang sighed with a bit of reluctance in his eyes. But this was what they must experience. And he was afraid that if he continued to delay this, he wouldn't want to go out to complete the mission alone anymore, so he quickly walked out of the wooden hut. Let's go too. Lu Mu Yen was also a bit affected by everyone's emotions. Alright. 2 hours later, Lu Mu Yen entered a hillside blooming with fresh flowers. She walked over, looked around the densely packed flowers of various colors, then finally uprooted a small pink-yellow flower among them and put it away. Finished one mission item, still 19 more to look for. Lu Mu Yen left the hillside and said to Mo Yen in her arms. Mo Yan's indifferent eyes were as calm as water, you can find it all in a day. Lu Mu Yan's eyes curved as she reached out her hand and rubbed Mo Yan's furry head, then said with a smile, your talent for finding spiritual herbs and spiritual items really is heaven-defying. After we finish finding the 20 mission items, they'll first find a place to help you refine the pill. Mo Yan's brows were knitted tightly together as he looked up at Lu Mu Yen unhappily and said, don't rub my head. He, a king that reigned over a portion of the demonic world, was actually being rubbed on the head by a human woman. If other demonic clans knew, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Rubbing your head shows intimacy. Since we're life and death partners, it's just rubbing your head, what does it matter? Mo Yen, sometimes you're really quarrelsome. Lu Mu Yen pursed her lips. She definitely wouldn't admit that it was because Mo Yan's furry head felt too good that she couldn't help but want to touch it. Mo Yen took a deep breath. Lu Mu Yen really evoked a lot of emotions that he hadn't felt for many years. He told himself inwardly not to argue with this woman. In the glacial mountain range, there was a white silhouette that whizzed and darted about, with speed comparable to even a Tier 4 flying-type demonic beast. After Lu Mu Yen advanced to Sword Spirit Master, the Silk Mist steps that's a part of her Flash Step manual had become a slight burden. So she utilized a faster footwork within the Flash Step, drifting towards the position indicated by Mo Yen. It seems that I should contract a flying-type demonic beast as a mount. Using flash step non-stop really wastes a lot of spiritual energy. After putting the 15th mission item into her interspatial ring, Lu Mu Yan muttered to herself. Mo Yan wasn't too shocked by Lu Mu Yan's ghostly skills anymore. Instead, he felt that no matter what amazing things this woman did, it was all normal. He also agreed with her thoughts. Your skills that can move and change steps is more suitable for combat. Using it for travel wastes too much energy and the speed's much slower than that of a demonic beast. Contracting a flying-type demonic beast sounds good. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, then you pay attention. If there's a demonic beast that's not that bad, well up and get it. Lu Mu Yan couldn't help but rub Mo Yan's furry head again. Mo Yan lowered his eyes to hide the helplessness in them. Forget it, hell, just let this woman do as she liked. Alright. Keep going, the ice serpent fruit should be in that mountain. Mo Yan probed the area using his innate talent calmly, then said as he looked towards the ice mountain in the far east. Lu Mu Yan took out a bottle of elemental energy replenishing pills. She didn't rest and utilized her flash step straight towards the ice mountain. Half a day passed, and Lu Mu Yan clutched a green fruit as she ran, in a rather sorry state. The roar of demonic beasts echoed from behind incessantly. Only after the demonic beast auras behind her gradually distanced and disappeared did she leap onto a big tree to recover her strength, gasping. After taking an elemental energy replenishing pill, she put the green fruit into her interspatial ring and said to Mo Yan with lingering fear, "Just now it was all thanks to your pressure as a royal species that stopped them for a few breaths, otherwise it would have been dangerous today." They also encountered a lot of demonic beasts guarding when searching for the mission items, but she easily obtained them. Except, when they were looking for the last mission item, they attracted 4 Tier 5 demonic beasts to attack, and one of them was even a late-stage Tier 5 mammoth. She used a lot of methods, plus Mo Yan releasing his innate talent once, to be able to shake off those demonic beasts. I believe that even if we couldn't shake them off, you'd still be able to take care of them. Mo Yan stood on Lu Mu Yan's shoulder and spoke calmly. Lu Mu Yan rolled her eyes at him. I can take care of them, but maybe I'd have to use my trump cards. I sure do want to see just what trump cards you have left. Mo Yan just saw Lu Mu Yan use another skill he hadn't seen before, and his curiosity grew even deeper. Lu Mu Yan raised an eyebrow. You want to know? I won't tell you. Mo Yan's dark eyes deepened. He was already accustomed to the little temper that this woman occasionally exposed. He didn't answer, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Lu Mu Yan's lips curved up and didn't say any more either. After setting up an array to hide her aura, she took a pill to recover. 4 hours later, she opened her eyes and poked the little white beast lying in front of her. I've recovered, Mo Yan, let's go find a place to refine pills. Let's go find the deep orchid you want first. You can refine pills anytime. Mo Yan opened his eyes and said lightly. Lu Mu Yan thought a bit, then nodded, that's fine too. Have you detected the deep orchid's aura? Not the deep orchid's aura, but I did find the demonic beast, the Scarlet Frost Xiaofan that's guarding it. It's a 2 hours journey to the west. Let's go. After Mo Yan finished speaking, he leapt onto Lu Mu Yan's shoulder and closed his eyes to rest again. Lu Mu Yan's eyes were filled with joy. Was she finally going to find it? 2 hours later, Lu Mu Yan stood near a deep lake wound in green mist with furrowed brows as she observed her surroundings. Someone's coming. Mo Yan's voice suddenly resounded in her sea of consciousness. At the same time, a mental energy locked onto her location. The other party had already discovered them, and it was too late to escape. Alertness flashed across the bottom of Lu Mu Yan's eyes, and she turned to look towards the woods not far away. Not long afterwards, she saw 3 people walk out of the woods. The leader amongst them was tall, wore a silver mask, and his red clothes billowed in the wind, flamboyant and uninhibited. Ming Xiu's eyes were dyed with a layer of a smile, and he looked at the gorgeous, stunning, white-clothed woman opposite him as his thin lips opened. Woman, we meet again. One, for some reason the author really likes the word, red/crimson, lol. She named the Jiao, the Cold Mist Jiao, in chapter 85, and now she's naming this Jiao the Scarlet Cold Jiao. Which reminds me of what I translated before, Qihua Continent, uses the same qi. I thought the one in this chapter and Qihua Continent are both typos, but for once I'm translating ahead and she keeps using Scarlet Frost Jiao. Which makes me remember that she has changed the names of previous demonic beasts too, and she stuck with the changed name instead of the original, so most likely this Jiao is stuck with Scarlet Frost Jiao now. As for Qihua Continent, that's most likely a typo. I'll fix it up when I have to eventually. Now, why do I get the feeling it's the name of a continent in one of her other series, or a kingdom in one of her other series? Can't remember now. Chapter 91, How About Being Your Man? When she saw that the person who walked out was Ming Xiu, Lu Mu Yen was inexplicably relieved, and when she heard the other party's magnetic voice again, her lips curled up into an arc. Ming Xiu. Lu Mu Yen said the two words lightly, wondering why this guy came here. Woman, what are you doing here? Ming Xiu walked until he stopped in front of Lu Mu Yen and looked at her with deep eyes. Lu Mu Yen chuckled, raised her eyes, and said, "And what are you doing here?" Hearing Lu Mu Yen speaking to Ming Xiu in such a way, the middle-aged man who followed couldn't help but reveal slight shock. Master had never been so friendly to anyone before. Meanwhile the eyes of the other enchanting woman were cold and unkind. Take a guess. Ming Xiu leaned closer to Lu Mu Yen and his warm breath hit her ears. Lu Mu Yan's eyes darkened and didn't avoid him as she stared directly at the flamboyant and domineering man, for the Scarlet Frost Jiao, or for the Deep Orchid? A devilish smile rose on Ming Xiu's lips, and their breaths intertwined. His long and thin eyes narrowed slightly. What if this highness wants both? This woman actually came to this place, then it must be for the Deep Orchid. Lu Mu Yen stretched her hand out and poked Ming Xiu's sturdy chest, pushing him a step away, then said calmly, "I want the Deep Orchid." Pfft. An initial phase sword spirit cultivation base sword master also wants the Deep Orchid? What a joke. The enchanting woman behind sneered, her tone carrying thick contempt. It was because she relied on her status as Ming Xiu's right guardian, that she could ridicule this beautiful girl that she found extremely unpleasing to the eye. Her master had never liked being close to others and kept at least 3 feet away from anyone, yet who knew that he would be so intimate with a little girl that suddenly appeared from nowhere? A sense of crisis rushed up to Mo Lan's heart. Lu Mu Yan's gaze shifted to the enchanting and bewitching woman, but didn't directly reply, then immediately retrieved her gaze, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Ming Xiu, saying, "Your dog's barking." "What did you say?" Mo Lan's enchanting face suddenly changed. The pressure of a sword monarch was fully exerted, and she pressed it towards Lu Mu Yen. Lu Mu Yan's eyes chilled. Was it that now everyone wanted to squish her like a soft peach one? Just when she was about to mobilize a mental energy tempest within her sea of consciousness, she saw the man before her gently wave his sleeve, and that pressure instantly disappeared. He didn't even look at the woman behind him as he uttered some cold words. "Mo Lan, go to the criminal law hall yourself for 3 months. Master." Mo Lan's eyes were full of disbelief. She bit her lip and addressed aggrievedly. 1 year. Go yourself. Ming Xiu turned and looked at Mo Lan with a cold expression. The grievances in Mo Lan's heart expanded infinitely. Master had never punished her to go to the criminal law hall, and yet this time, he actually punished her because of that little bitch. Just when she wanted to speak, she was stopped by the middle-aged man beside her. "You know Master's temper. If you say any more, you won't just be going for a year." The man whispered to Mo Lan. There was reluctance in Mo Lan's eyes. She raised her head and looked at Ming Xiu, but her heart trembled from the dissatisfaction in that pair of cold eyes. It seemed that Master was really angry. Master's temperament was really impermanent, sometimes devilish, sometimes cold, sometimes gentle. She didn't know which was the real him at all, but once he was angry, whoever dared to disobey, they definitely wouldn't end well. Mo Lan obeys. Mo Lan retrained the insidiousness in her eyes, lowered her head and replied respectfully. Ever since she started following Master, she had adored him. She only wished that one day too, he would have her in his heart, and even take her as his wife. So she couldn't tolerate any woman getting close to Mingxiu. She remembered that woman in her heart, and one day, she would definitely make her die without a grave. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks, go. Mingxiu furrowed his brows and the devilish smile had long disappeared, replaced by a cold look. Mo Lan pinched her palm tightly. She didn't want to leave. She raised her head and looked at Mingxiu, her eyes watery and aggrieved, saying, Master, after the matters at the glacial mountain range is finished, Mo Lan will go back to be punished. No need. Go now. Currently, Mingxiu truly despised the deep adoration in Mo Lan's eyes to the extremes. There was no need for a guardian who didn't know her own place to continue to be by his side. But, Pu. Mo Lan wanted to argue again, but with a casual swing of Mingxiu's arm, she was struck back by a powerful elemental energy wave, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Get lost. Mingxiu's patience had almost been exhausted. He could already be considered indulging Mo Lan, but he didn't allow her to have any inordinate ambitions. Especially that insidious gaze cast towards Lu Mu Yen, it made killing intent rise within him. Mo Lan obeys. Mo Lan clutched her chest in terror, then said, unreconciled, and left. After turning around, her enchanting face became distorted, but she didn't bear grudges against Mingxiu. Instead, she placed this debt all on Lu Mu Yen. When she came out of the criminal law hall, she would make sure that this woman would feel better off dead. Lu Mu Yan's mental energy was very powerful, so she naturally found the hostility and killing aura Mo Lan had towards her, but she merely sneered in her heart. She raised her head and glared at Mingxiu. It was all this guy's fault for attracting Rotten Peach Blossom 3 debt, yet what did it have to do with her? Although she wasn't afraid of that Mo Lan, but she really was being innocently involved in all this. You sure could bear hurting her. Lu Mu Yen was upset, and her eyes carried a meaningful, profound look of ridicule. Mingxiu's phoenix eyes grew deep, and an unprecedented anger rose in his chest. He hated this little woman looking at him with eyes that carried ridicule. He stretched out his hand and gently squeezed Lu Mu Yan's chin, brought his head closer until the tips of their nose almost touched and said coldly, Woman, you're not allowed to use that look to look at this highness. Why not? Who are you to me? Why do I have to listen to you? Lu Mu Yen sneered. No one had ever dared to squeeze her chin. Who? Mingxiu pondered for a while, released the hand that squeezed her chin, then suddenly placed his lips on Lu Mu Yan's lips, but only a touch, before immediately leaving, with eyes that carried dark, non-dissolvable ink. He spoke with an arrogant, domineering manner, his voice deep and sexy, how about being your man? He had always hated physical contact with people, and hated the rouge smell on women even more, but he didn't expect that when he approached this woman, there would actually be an urge to have a taste of her flavor. The result was, he found that the taste of a woman's soft, glutinous, warm lips was actually pretty good. Be my man? Lu Mu Yan's bright eyes were currently filled with obscure colors. She was actually kissed by this man. For the first time in her 2 lives was she treated like this by a man. As the spiritual world's female immortal, how could she allow herself to be so easily flirted with by a man? After a pause, she suddenly stretched out her hand and wrapped her arms around Mingxiu's neck. Her red lips kissed his, but it also didn't linger long. When they parted, her lips revealed slight playfulness, and she said, It seems Monarch Ming's flavor isn't that good. After speaking, she turned and walked forward, but ripples rose in her originally calm heart. The gaze beneath Mingxiu's mask deepened, and the sexy, thin lips rose into an exceedingly devilish arc. This woman sure was courageous, but she damnably matched his appetite. The original saying is soft persimmon, so when someone squeezes a soft persimmon it means they take them as weak and easy to bully. Here it seems the author wants to be creative and say soft peach. Too well, so I'm pretty sure, for some weird reason, they censored the word or which means day, again. It happened last time in chapter who knows what, and it's happened again because I am certain that word fits in this context since it's something that everyone says one day this, one day that etc. Why so specific? Haha, 3 peach blossom is often used to in many instances to describe love interests or love-related things. For example, to have peach blossom luck means that the person is lucky in love. In this case, to attract rotten peach blossoms, it means to have attracted unwanted love. For just looking at someone really, really, really deeply. Note, I warned you guys the development was rather fast. But oh my, I actually forgot that kiss happened, haha. And oh my, I forgot Lu Mu Yen returned the favor to him too, haha. XD more to come. Chapter 92, his heart moved for her. Lu Mu Yen ignored Ming Xiu's complex gaze behind her that carried slight fervent flames. She walked to the edge of the wounding green mist and scrutinized it. This is the poisonous mist released by that frost jiao. It'll dissipate automatically after an hour. Ming Xiu stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Mu Yen. Mo Yen on Lu Mu Yan's shoulder, with an enigmatic expression, looked at the devilishly captivating man in red who approached them. This man was very strong. This was the first thing he sensed about Ming Xiu. You want the Scarlet Frost Jiao's crystal core? Lu Mu Yen lowered her eyes, then said leisurely after a while. Both of them spoke nothing of what occurred just now, and each had their own plans. Ming Xiu replied indifferently, naturally. Ming Xiu, let's make a deal. Lu Mu Yen looked at Ming Xiu seriously. She had just learnt from Mo Han that the Scarlet Frost Jiao hidden deep in the bottom of the lake had concealed its cultivation base using a secret skill. It was actually a tier 6 demonic beast and could be even more powerful. Now, even if she joined forces with Mo Yen, she would still be unable to fight a tier 6 demonic beast that was at the level of a sword monarch. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to slay it, let alone obtain the deep orchid. That's why she wanted to cooperate with Ming Xiu. Ming Xiu's eyes revealed slight interest and asked with a faint smile, what sort of trade? There was a faint guess in his heart. Your cultivation base already broke through to Sword Sovereign. The spirit cleansing pill that I gave you last time has little effect on you now. Let's work together. You kill the Scarlet Frost Jiao, it'll use its crystal core to refine a pill for you, and I can guarantee that its effect will be more than 3 times better than you refining the crystal core alone. Lu Mu Yen said with calm and composure. You want the deep orchid to refine a pill? Ming Xiu asked Lu Mu Yen instead of answering immediately. Lu Mu Yen didn't hide it and nodded. The deep orchid is very important to me. To be more precise, it's the pill that's made with the deep orchid as one of its main ingredients that's very important to me. What kind of pill? Ming Xiu was a little curious about which grade this woman's alchemy skills were at. Foundation establishment pill. You wouldn't know even if I said it. Lu Mu Yen paused, then continued, but if you can help me obtain the deep orchid, I can give you one. Its effect is similar to the marrow cleansing pill, but it's a more advanced pill. It's effective even for people with sword monarch strength and above. The effect is similar to that of the marrow cleansing pill. There's an even more heaven-defying pill. Even if Ming Xiu had extensive experience, he had never heard of the foundation establishment pill before, but he believed this little woman's words. The foundation establishment pill was actually a pill used by immortal cultivators to advance to the foundation establishment stage. It could wash the marrow, cleanse the body, and expand the meridians. The most important effect was that it helped a cultivator to establish their foundation. Of course, not every cultivator who took the foundation establishment pill was able to successfully establish their foundation. With any pill, they only played a support role. The meditation stage and the foundation establishment stage were definitely both watersheds for cultivators. But almost none of the sword masters on Tianling continent had spiritual roots. So they couldn't establish foundations and could only use it to wash their marrow and expel all the impurities that were once hidden in their bodies. The foundation establishment pill does indeed have this effect. You're now at the strength of a sword sovereign. Although it won't help you expand your meridians by manyfold, but it can at least still be able to cleanse all the meridians in your body, and flush out all the negative energy impurities. Lu Muyen looked at Ming Xiao with a deep gaze. In fact, you're the one that's at the advantage in this trade. Just say yes or no. You've already said all that, so does this highness still have any reason to reject? Ming Xiao let out a low laugh. This kind of pill moved even his heart as he listened. He sure didn't know what other skills this woman had. She was like a book, with every page he opened, it would pleasantly surprise him. He really was looking forward to flipping through this book page by page. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who stood behind the two of them had completely frozen, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Just what did he see just now? Master, who had always been avoidant of females as if he were afraid he couldn't evade them, actually leaned down to kiss that young girl. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Then hearing the conversation that the two didn't avoid speaking in front him, the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed for a long time. That woman was actually the alchemist that refined the marrow cleansing pill that was currently being spoken of everywhere, and she could even refine a pill that sword monarch strength people could use to remove impurities. This was simply too unbelievable. And looking at Master's reaction, it was obvious that he knew about it. No wonder he would look at this young girl differently. It appeared that this woman was very special, hence why it attracted their master's attention. Otherwise, with Master's temperament, he wouldn't approach others on purpose simply to win them over. He sighed. It seemed that this time, Mo Lan was over. If Master's heart truly moved for this woman, then he naturally wouldn't allow anyone to harm her. In the future, he better be more respectful to this woman. Maybe she would be their mistress too in the future. Of course, there's no reason to refuse. Lu Muyen smiled, her eyes curving. Then are we going to wait for the wounding green mist to disperse before entering? She found that hidden in this layer of green mist was extreme venom, and even if a sword monarch level expert inhaled it, they would be poisoned. No need. This highness naturally has a way. Ming Xiao unintentionally exuded a domineering attitude as if looking down upon the world. His inborn noble temperament always inadvertently made one feel respect in fear. As soon as his voice fell, Ming Xiao took out a black gem that emitted a fluorescent light. After channeling some elemental energy, the black gem instantly shone brightly, and a black circle of light enveloped him and Lu Muyen. Mo Gui, you stand guard outside and don't allow anyone in. Ming Xiao said lukewarmly. Yes, master. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Ming Xiao naturally took Lu Muyen's hand and stepped into the wounding green mist. Mo Yen stared at the intertwined hands with an obscure expression. Lu Muyen felt her left hand being wrapped in a big, warm hand, and she fell into a slight daze. She lowered her eyes and looked at the hand held by Ming Xiao, but in the end, she didn't shake it off, and let him pull her forward. Ming Xiao's lips rose into a slight arc and there was a slight smile in his cold, phoenix eyes. As soon as the layers of green mist touched the black circle of light, it would automatically scatter as if it had met its nemesis, and the toxins contained in the mist couldn't penetrate the black light circle either. That Scarlet Frost Jiao is releasing such a strong body venom, is it possibly advancing? After Lu Muyen stepped into the green mist, she felt a very small energy fluctuation that came from the deep lake in the distance. A touch of surprise flashed past Ming Xiao's eyes. With this little woman's cultivation base as a sword spirit, she could actually discover the energy fluctuations in the depths of that cold lake. It seemed that her mental energy had exceeded her cultivation base by a lot. Ever since their first encounter in the blazing mountain range, he had been slightly interested in her, and even inexplicably gifted her that ice bangle that had a special meaning behind it. After discovering that she was auctioning the marrow cleansing pill at the auction, he asked people to collect recent information about her, then gradually, he began to pay more and more attention to her, while she attracted his attention more and more as well. A thick layer of ink rose in Ming Xiu's deep, black eyes that were like a well. So it seemed that his heart had started moving for her long ago without even knowing when. Holding that petite, soft hand, Ming Xiu's heart felt as if it were inexplicably filled with something. For the first time, there was something that could affect his calm emotions, and he not only didn't feel dislike to this type of emotion, but even wanted to be filled more with it. He could see that the little woman only felt that he was special, or was interested in him, but her heart had yet to move for him. But he wasn't in a hurry. He would slowly, step by step, take her beneath his wing, and let her, little by little, bloom only for him. Lu Mu Yen, being able to hold your hand this time means that you'll be this highness woman in the future, so don't even think about being able to break free for the rest of your life. Just to clarify, immortal cultivators is the term for the people who cultivated the path to immortality in Lu Mu Yan's previous world. Like how here, they're called sword masters. They're not actually immortal, though eventually they will be if they continue cultivating OFC. Cultivators with a capital C refers to cultivators in the previous world as well. I think I need to do some fixing in terminology in previous chapters too. I'll do that later too, just to clarify in case people feel the word mistress implies a woman who has affairs with a married man, which, unfortunately, it does have that meaning, but formally, it is the counterpart to master. I did a search and it's the only word that really fits, aside from madam but In Chinese, the word is which translates literally to main mother and just means master with the being an affix at the end with no real meaning. Anyways, I'll stick with mistress for this story, which means main, and only, wife. Note, XD, MX being so possessive already. Obs if our FL doesn't like it, she wouldn't let it happen either. He. And same, mo gui, same, rather shocking indeed. And yay holding hands. Chapter 93, Cave within the cave. Step by step, the two approached the cold lake where the green mist was even denser. Wave after wave of special, cold elemental energy wind attacked them. Lu Mu Yen felt slight pain on her skin from the breeze. Just as she was about to mobilize her spiritual energy to protect her body, a sudden warmth came from the palm of her hand and spread around her body. That painful feeling instantly disappeared. Lu Mu Yen glanced sideways at Ming Xiu, whose expression she couldn't quite see clearly. The strength of this man was a mystery even to her. She could only feel that he was very strong. It's starting to advance. Ming Xiu looked ahead and said. Lu Mu Yen also felt the surrounding spiritual force of heaven and earth begin to swarm into the depths of the cold lake, violently swirling. But this was only just the beginning. With the fluctuation of energy from the advancement of the Scarlet Frost Jiao being so strong, its strength shouldn't be underestimated. You came to the glacial mountain range this time for it? Lu Mu Yen always felt that the reason Ming Xiu came to the glacial mountain range wasn't so simple. Ming Xiu took off the silver mask on his face, revealing that chiseled and handsome face as if having been intricately and precisely carved. His light red lips curled into a pleasant arc, taking its crystal core is just in passing. When Lu Mu Yen saw the devilish man's face again, she couldn't help but be amazed at the exceptional beauty again. She concealed the fluctuations in her eyes and said, "You didn't happen to come to the glacial mountain range for the trial competition, did you?" But their low-end selection trial shouldn't have attracted Ming Xiu. Of course not. I came to the glacial mountain range for the heavenly frost golden crystal that's about to sublimate and take shape. Ming Xiu didn't conceal it either. Hearing that Ming Xiu replaced the words "This Highness" with "I," Lu Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Removing his honorific "This Highness" so that she and him were considered equal, was this man showing her goodwill? And when she heard heavenly frost golden crystal, Lu Mu Yan's eyes flickered brightly. The heavenly frost golden crystal could only be formed in an iceberg at least 10,000 years of age. At first, it would be in a liquid form, which was a pale golden color. After it condensed into a spar, it would become a dark golden. It contained an indestructible energy, with an extremely hard texture. It was one of the best main materials for refining natal magic treasures. Because the conditions for formation were very harsh, it must take more than thousands of years to crystallize. So it was even a rare spiritual item in the spiritual world, with one hardly found even in 1,000 years. Its price would also be sky-high. Who knew that it would actually be birthed in a land where spiritual items were so scarce? How do you know that it's about to sublimate? Lu Mu Yen asked curiously with a smile. A Sword King discovered it by chance when he accidentally broke into an ice volcano. But that day, the heavenly frost golden crystal was guarded by a powerful demonic beast. He struggled with serious injuries and had to use a secret skill to escape. I rushed over when I got the news. Ming Xiao said as he pulled Lu Mu Yen forward. Lu Mu Yan's eyes revealed some understanding. The formation of ice volcanoes were extremely unique and rare. It would only be formed in 10,000-year-old icebergs. Underground, there birthed fiery, thick liquid that thawed the iceberg. It wouldn't erupt, but it would produce a lot of spiritual items, and was also one of nature's wonders. Did the 10 distinguished clans of the eastern region also receive the news? Lu Mu Yen suddenly remembered how the 10 distinguished clans inexplicably set the trial site at the glacial mountain range, plus Yi Qing Han's secret words, so it wasn't difficult to imagine that the trial was a kind of camouflage. A smile of admiration rose in Ming Xiao's eyes. This little woman was indeed intelligent. From the news of the heavenly frost golden crystal alone, she could guess the purpose of the 10 distinguished clans. The first one to obtain the news was precisely the 10 distinguished clans, and they also sealed the news. If it weren't that I just happened to be in the eastern region traveling, even if I received the news, I'd have arrived too late. You mean that other empires and big forces don't know about this news, or even if they knew, they'd arrive too late? Lu Mu Yan's eyes glowed with brilliance. If they didn't have the participation of those large entities, then maybe she'd also be able to obtain some heavenly frost golden crystal to use to refine her natal magic treasure with. Indeed. Ming Xiao saw the brilliance in Lu Mu Yan's eyes, then asked with a smile, "What, you're also interested?" Lu Mu Yan rolled her eyes at him and spoke with a firm tone, "Those who aren't interested in such spiritual items must be fools. I want to refine a magic treasure. If I use the heavenly frost golden crystal as the main material, then it'll definitely increase its quality by a few levels. I'm definitely going to join in on the fun. You can also refine tools?" Ming Xiao couldn't help displaying surprise. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." Thanks. Lu Mu Yen raised her graceful chin with a little look of confidence and pride. Of course. Who knew that I picked up a treasure? Ming Xiao liked this sort of appearance on this little woman tremendously. He chuckled and held Lu Mu Yan's hand tightly. Lu Mu Yen glanced at him, then huffed, "What does it have to do with you?" Although she insisted that on her lips, but her smooth, jade-white face was unconsciously dyed with a layer of pink. Ming Xiao couldn't help laughing aloud, but also stopped teasing her. Although it was fun to provoke the little wild cat, but now wasn't time yet. Boom boom. Suddenly, a great thunder sounded from the horizon, and lightning flashed by in the distance. It's actually facing a thunder tribulation and is about to transform. Lu Mu Yan's eyes revealed slight caution. Ming Xiao's eyes darkened, and he quickly pulled Lu Mu Yen towards the deep lake. "Go, let's kill it before it transforms." The two were extremely fast. With the black gem enveloping them, the green mist couldn't get close to them, so they flew into the cold lake without any obstacles and dived towards the bottom. Thunder and lightning shined brightly non-stop. A quarter of an hour later, the two dived to the bottom of the deep lake. There was a large cave entrance below, and after entering the cave, there was a very wide, open space. On the open space, some light purple spiritual herbs grew sporadically, and in the deepest part, there was another cave within this cave. Lu Muyan's eyes lit up when she looked at the few purple spiritual herbs that grew sporadically. These were the deep orchids. Roar! Hiss! Suddenly, two beast roars with a strong and powerful pressure came from the cave within the cave, and the whole cave shook. Lu Muyan and Ming Xiu exchanged glances and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed that a demonic beast was a step ahead and had hidden itself here, wanting to ambush the Scarlet Frost Jiao. The most important thing was that the demonic beast that lurked here could actually evade both their perceptions. It wasn't only strong, but it also definitely had some sort of hidden innate talent that could conceal its figure. You guys be careful. Although the demonic beast that ambushed the Scarlet Frost Jiao is only an advanced phase tier 6 ice toad, but it's a mutant demonic beast. Not only does it have a hidden innate talent, but it also has a venom sac. You mustn't let the venom in its sac be sprayed on you, otherwise even if you don't die, you'd become handicapped. Mo Yen stared at the cave within the cave gravely, and informed Lu Mu Yen of the information he found. After listening to Mo Yen's words, Lu Mu Yen stared gravely ahead and reminded Ming Xiu, the one who ambushed the Scarlet Frost Jiao is a mutant toad that has a hidden innate talent, and also deadly venom. Be careful after entering. You mustn't be sprayed with the venom from its sac. Ming was curious, how did this little woman know the abilities of the demonic beast inside? When he glanced at the little white beast standing on Lu Mu Yan's shoulders, an understanding crossed his eyes. At first glance, he also regarded it as a fire cloud mink, but he always felt that something wasn't right. Just now, the little beast sent out a very slight fluctuation of mental energy used for probing, that he discovered, and he just happened to know this kind of mental energy. It was precisely the king-class demonic beast, the spirit devourer species' innate talent. At this time, he had to admire Lu Mu Yen in his heart. This little woman's eyes sure were sharp. Boom boom. Fierce roars and fights resounded from the cave within the cave. Let's go take a look as well. After Ming Xiu finished speaking, he held Lu Mu Yen and flew into the cave within the cave and added a circle of elemental energy shield around her for protection. Note, oh she blushed. Chapter 94, Ming Xiu acts before entering the cave within the cave. Lu Mu Yen swept away all the deep orchids on the ground outside. The two demonic beasts were currently fighting, so they wouldn't bother with the spiritual herbs. After entering the cave within the cave, what entered their sight was a colossal, azure-blue Scarlet Frost Jiao with two front claws, sweeping its tail against a giant toad before it. The toad's reaction speed was also very fast, and with only a few leaps, it avoided the Jiao's tail sweep. The two protruding cheeks on its face expanded and shrunk, then it opened its big mouth, spraying a yellowish-brown liquid. A series of thunder and lightning sounded, directly blasting a gap in the cave. The lightning flashes and thunder instantly struck the Scarlet Frost Jiao's body. It just so happened that the yellow liquid also flew at it, and being unable to avoid it, the Jiao's tail was hit by the liquid, immediately corroding several bloody holes. Hiss hiss. The Scarlet Frost Jiao hissed loudly in pain, but the thunder and lightning in the air didn't restrain. Instead, it slammed down even more quickly and fiercely. That toad was also very cunning. Each time, before the thunder and lightning struck, it would dodge a certain distance, and use the moment the Scarlet Frost Jiao was facing the thunder tribulation to spray its yellow liquid in a sneak attack. After Ming Xiu and Lu Mu Yen entered the cave, both demonic beasts discovered their existence. The Scarlet Frost Jiao displayed joy in its eyes. It had to overcome this thunder tribulation while dealing with the toad, so it had absolutely no possibility of winning. With the participating of these two humans, it potentially drag it on and let itself successfully overcome the thunder tribulation. Meanwhile, the ice toad looked at the two of them vigilantly and uttered human words. Humans, this king and this Scarlet Frost Jiao are resolving some grudges. You can leave quickly and avoid death. Ice toad, what grudges do I have with you to resolve? You are just a despicable and shameless being. The Scarlet Frost Jiao had just finished receiving a strike from the Thunder Punishment, then spoke human words, ridiculing it, and its voice was actually a female's. Lu Muyan's eyes revealed slight surprise, so it appeared that this Scarlet Frost Jiao was a female. Humans, get out immediately, otherwise this king will kill you all first. The Ice Toad said, looking at Lu Muyan and Ming Xiu fiercely. Ha, just with you, a toad one? Ming Xiu chuckled, with bare disdain in his eyes. The Ice Toad was angered, you're looking for death. It opened his mouth, and a stinking yellowish-brown liquid spouted from its mouth, shooting directly at the two. Ming Xiu let out a cold huff, put one hand around Lu Muyan's waist, tapped his foot casually and easily avoided the spray of venom. Hiss hiss. The intensity of the lightning grew stronger and stronger, and the Scarlet Frost Jiao was bombarded time and again onto the ground, but each time it survived, the Jiao's skin would begin to fall off, and there was even a protrusion on the top of its head. Seeing that the Scarlet Frost Jiao was about to pass the Thunder Tribulation and transform into a Jiao dragon, the Ice Toad stared obscurely at a stone deep within the cave. Then it turned its head and sprayed more than 10 streams of venom towards Ming Xiu and Lu Muyan. Just when the Scarlet Frost Jiao faced the Thunder Tribulation again, it suddenly made a squatting posture, and with a spring, it landed on that giant rock. It smashed the rock with one claw, and a white, fluorescent Jiao egg was exposed. You dare! The Scarlet Frost Jiao, who was receiving the Thunder Tribulation, yelled when it saw that the toad's target was indeed the Jiao egg that she birthed. It turned around, foregoing the Thunder Tribulation, and opened its mouth to bite towards the toad, allowing the rolling Thunder Tribulation to land directly on its body. Hiss hiss. Because she removed a part of her energy in order to attack the toad, the Scarlet Frost Jiao was struck by the Thunder Tribulation, and a large bloody hole was torn in its Jiao body. But it still endured the pain and ferociously bit towards the toad. This was a mother. Even if it failed to pass the Thunder Tribulation, it must protect the safety of the child that she birthed. The Ice Toad had long expected it to be like this, so it grabbed the Jiao egg with its claws and made a pose as if to throw the egg. Scarlet Frost Jiao, if you dare bite down, then this king will shatter the egg. The little Jiao in this egg hasn't fully formed yet, so this fall will undoubtedly kill it. You better think about it clearly. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks, Ice Toad, you're despicable. The Scarlet Frost Jiao retrieved the mouth it was about to bite down with and raised its head, wailing in agony. Then the last Thunder Tribulation struck its head, and blood flowed down its giant head. Because it was not in the mood to receive the previous 2 Thunder Tribulations and withdrew her power to deal with the toad, its demonic crystal was bombarded by the Thunder Tribulation until it was exceptionally dim. For the last Thunder Tribulation, it didn't use its all to withstand it either, so it also heralded the failing of the Thunder Tribulation. Lu Muyan watched the Scarlet Frost Jiao who had failed the Thunder Tribulation, its whole body scorched black by the thunder and lightning, weak, and yet it still pushed itself to block the Ice Toad from exiting the cave. Leave the Jiao egg, otherwise we die together. The Scarlet Frost Jiao had failed to pass the tribulation, so its life was slowly waning, and it wasn't left with much time. Its eyes were fierce, planning to die with the toad. The Ice Toad croaked a few times and said with a sinister smile, "You still want to stop this king, being practically half dead, you truly are dreaming. After this king refines this Jiao egg, this king can pass the tribulation and transform, which can be considered fulfilling your wish." Hiss hiss. The Scarlet Frost Jiao looked at the smooth, white egg reluctantly, then quickly burned the demonic energy within its body. It would rather explode and die with the Ice Toad than see its child being refined. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Muyan felt a little touched. The act of the Scarlet Frost Jiao rather giving up passing the tribulation to protect its Jiao egg made it so that she simply couldn't stand by and watch. Ming Xiu, let's kill that toad. If that despicable and shameless demonic beast really successfully passes the tribulation and transforms, it would be a great calamity. Ming Xiao also extremely despised the ice toad's behavior of stealing the egg while the Scarlet Frost Jiao was receiving the tribulation, so he nodded, "All right." The ice toad sneered at the conversation between the two of them. It had never placed any importance on either of the two humans at all, so now it was as if he had heard the funniest joke. The two people actually wanted to kill it, they truly were indulging in the wildest fantasy. "Those who block me die." The ice toad roared. Its body suddenly grew several times larger, and the pattern on its body grew deeper. It opened its mouth wide, and another mouthful of yellowish-brown liquid sprayed out. Except this time, it wasn't a stream of liquid, but instead countless shattered drops, attacking Ming Xiao and Lu Mu Yen. Ming Xiao's eyes grew colder. A fiery red shield rose from his hand and grew in size, blocking the liquid outside. He placed Lu Mu Yen in a place far from the battle location, and, holding a giant golden sword, he slashed down in the air. A violent elemental energy sword aura flew out, slashing straight towards the toad. The toad's eyes revealed some shock. Obviously, it didn't expect this human to emit such a powerful sword aura. It mobilized the demonic energy within it, mixed it with venom, and sprayed out a yellow beam of light to directly greet the golden sword aura. Boom boom. The energy released by the one human one beast exploded within the cave. The cave shook constantly, and countless rubble fell. After the dust dissipated, the remaining yellow beam of light was blocked by Ming Xiao's fiery red shield, then disappeared completely, while the golden sword aura chopped off one of its front legs. Croak croak. There was slight fear in the ice toad's eyes. It didn't expect that this quiet human actually hit his cultivation base. His strength was a major level above itself. So it grabbed the Jiao egg, mobilized its demonic energy and wanted to eject itself out from the cave entrance. Put down the Jiao egg. The weak and dissociating Scarlet Frost Jiao that was burning its demonic energy instantly let out a burst of energy. Its Jiao tail swept violently, and the toad that was approaching the entrance of the cave was heavily shot down onto the cave wall opposite. But it also seemed to have exhausted all its strength as its entire Jiao body collapsed to the ground, only barely maintaining its last breaths to stare, intensely, at the Jiao egg in the toad's claws. 1-inch Chinese, author used a more colloquial version of toad, Lahama, but there's no real equivalent to that in English. However, toad can also be slang for a contemptible person or thing in English, which is basically what they're saying in Chinese too. And random note, this Chinese word is the word used in the very popular saying you see in cultivation novels, a toad lusting for swan meat xd, Lahama xiang qi tianro. Chapter 95, Self-Detonation. The ice toad sprung out of the wall, and its body suddenly became smaller and smaller. It glanced at the Jiao egg in its claws grimly, then toughened its heart and threw it as its body immediately shrank to the size of a palm. Its entire body also slowly faded, finally becoming transparent as if it had disappeared in this space. Seeing the Jiao egg flying towards a wall, almost smashing into it, the Scarlet Frost Jiao roared and struggled, wanting to rescue it, but it was a pity that its body was injured in the roots by the thunder of the tribulation and its demonic energy was all exhausted, so it could only move a few steps before collapsing to the ground, looking at the Jiao egg with extreme grief. Then, a white silhouette flashed about, and quickly landed beside the wall that the Jiao egg was about to smash into. A slender, jade hand reached out and caught the fluorescent white egg. The Scarlet Frost Jiao was relieved upon seeing this, but at the same time, watched the human woman who held her Jiao egg vigilantly. Ming Xiao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and a strong elemental force was channeled into the golden longsword. With a blow towards the entrance of the cave, the sword aura instantly bombarded the gravel on the floor. Several cracks spread across the ground. Boom! The sword aura slashed the air, and when it was about to reach the entrance of the cave, it sliced off a hind leg of the ice toad that had concealed itself. Croak croak. The ice toad collapsed to the ground and rolled over in pain as it revealed itself, displaying infinite horror in its eyes. This human was too strong. Even if it transformed, it might not necessarily be his opponent, human, stop. As long as you spare my life, I'll let you order about. In order to save its little life, the ice toad decided to bend down temporarily and wait to regain its strength again before attempting revenge. Ming Xiu retracted the golden longsword in his hands and turned his gaze to Lu Muyen. Woman, what do you say? Kill. Lu Muyen hugged the jiao egg and said chillingly, like spring water. This sort of despicable demonic beast would be an eyesore even as a slave. A layer of brilliance flowed through Ming Xiu's eyes. This little woman's decisiveness indeed didn't let him down. His woman did not need the excessive clemency of women. Resolute killing was the state of mind a cultivator should possess. Hearing Lu Muyan's words, the fake grievance in the ice toad's eyes changed to ferocity and viciousness. Using his last remaining legs, it hopped up and headed directly for Lu Muyen. When it was approaching, it opened its large mouth and sprayed an extremely stinking yellow liquid venom. This was venom essence, the most toxic venom he had. If this woman wanted it to die, then it'll drag her down together. Ming Xiu didn't expect the toad to change the target of attack, and his expression changed. He quickly condensed an icicle in his hands and, with a flick, it shot towards the toad. Except the icicle's speed was just a step behind the yellow venom. Seeing that the venom was about to fall on Lu Muyen, he shouted anxiously, "Woman, be careful." With a shifting step, he was prepared to step ahead. Lu Muyan's face was calm and composed, and her expression didn't change even when facing the yellow venom. A single finger beneath her sleeve kept changing forms. She closed her eyes, and then her red lips opened lightly. Condense. Following her voice, a series of void talismans appeared in the air, and intertwined quickly, turning into an intangible net, blocking in front of her. Because there was a large gap between the cultivation base of the Ice Toad King and Lu Muyen, the mental energy in her sea of consciousness also began to brew a tempest. A dense net composed of mental energy flew out of her body and fell behind the net made from the void talismans. The venom was sprayed onto the net made up of intangible void talismans, but the venom was too corrosive, so the talismans were corroded and dissipated bit by bit, while the remaining venom continued to spray towards her. Although the filtered venom wasn't as turbulent as it was in the beginning, but it still carried a stench and strong corrosiveness. If a human body was stained with it even just a little, even if they didn't die, they'd be harmed massively. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Pucci. The scattered venom fell on the dense net of mental energy, still highly corrosive. Then, the dense net suddenly shrank, enveloping all the venom within it and flew directly back towards the toad. The ice toad couldn't keep up in speed as its 2 feet had been sliced off, so it was nailed to a rock by the icicle shot by Ming Xiu. Just when it thought that the venom it spat would kill the woman, something it completely didn't think of shocked it. The venom wrapped in the dense net of inexplicable energy flew directly towards it. It urgently struggled, but Ming Xiu's icicle pinned it in place and couldn't be rid of. It could only watch as the venom poured down on its head from midair. Croak croak. A few shrills sounded in the cave, and the dense mental energy net, after splattering all the venom onto the toad's head, collapsed automatically. Lu Muyan's lips curled up. This venom could indeed hurt the toad itself. What she did was called dealing with her opponent what they dealt with her, and let it also have a taste of this flavor. Only when Ming Xiu saw this, did the nervousness in his eyes gradually fade, and a devilishly handsome smile bloomed on his pretty face. This little woman's temperament truly suited his appetite. Not long after, the roar of the ice toad on the ground gradually diminished and finally disappeared. Its body also slowly stopped struggling and its aura was faint. Lu Muyen hugged the jiao egg as she walked towards the Scarlet Frost jiao's side. Seeing that it was dying, yet it still looked at the jiao egg in her hand with affection and worry, her heart moved. She placed the jiao egg in front of it and said, "Return to you." The Scarlet Frost jiao looked at the white-clothed woman before her in perplexity. Didn't they come for its jiao egg? You're a great mother. Lu Muyen said with a faint smile. The Scarlet Frost Jiao's act of willingly foregoing the tribulation in order to protect the Jiao egg touched her and made her feel respect. Ming Xiu, let's go. At this time, Lu Mu Yen didn't want Ming Xiu to take advantage of this opportunity, when the Scarlet Frost Jiao was in danger, to slay and take its crystal core. It wasn't because she was kind, but because she felt that this demonic beast was worthy of their respect. Ming Xiu had no more intention of killing the Scarlet Frost Jiao either. He nodded and walked towards Lu Mu Yen. When he walked in front of the ice toad, he moved his finger, and the icicle instantly turned into a puddle of water. He didn't plan on taking the crystal core of the Scarlet Frost Jiao, but the demonic beast crystal core of a tier 6 Toad King was still of some use to him, so he planned to retrieve the crystal core. Be careful. Lu Mu Yen suddenly felt a mental energy fluctuation and shouted urgently. Ming Xiu naturally noticed the fluctuations as well. His eyes grew cold, then he reached out his hand and grabbed. The toad that was meant to be dead was grabbed by him, and with a squeeze, a few mouthfuls of putrid, foul-smelling blood and venom instantly sprayed against the wall. You still want to struggle on your deathbed? Ming Xiu looked at the toad coldly. Only now did the toad's eyes display a look of despair. Who would have known that he had calculated for his entire life, only for it to be ruined in the hands of a human? He wasn't reconciled. Then his eyes suddenly burst with a vicious look. The demonic energy poured into his crystal core, and his body quickly expanded. Seeing the toad want to explode its demonic beast crystal core, but because of its hidden innate talent, Ming Xiu couldn't find the crystal core's location and therefore be unable to stop it, he instantly formed an ice ball in his hands, wrapped the toad with it, and threw it out of the cave. A layer of powerful elemental energy shield enveloped both Lu Mu Yen and the Scarlet Frost Jiao. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, accompanied by a yellow smoke, and the toad's body, together with its demonic soul and demonic crystal, withered away in this world. Chapter 96, Contract the Jiao Dragon Egg, Boom Boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated in the cave within the cave that was affected by the energy of the toad's self-detonation. The cave outside instantly collapsed, and the cave within trembled incessantly as numerous rocks blocked the entrance. A very faint yellow smoke drifted into the cave within the cave, mixed together with the dust, making it difficult to detect. Lu Mu Yan's brows furrowed as she stared at the blocked entrance, then raised her head, looking at the ceiling of the cave where a hole was blasted open by the lightning, then asked Ming Xiu, "Are we going out from the top of the cave?" The location of the cave within the cave wasn't below the cold pond, and the sky above the cave was pitch black, so she didn't know where it led to. The passage outside the cave's already blocked. I know where the top of the cave leads to, so it's all right. Ming Xiu glanced at the hole casually and replied. The two walked together and prepared to go out from the top of the cave together, while the Scarlet Frost Jiao, whose aura was superficial now, bore pain in its eyes, then slowly looked up at Lu Mu Yen and said, "Wait." Lu Mu Yen turned her head and looked at the Scarlet Frost Jiao in surprise. "Need something? I beg you to take it with you." The Scarlet Frost Jiao touched the Jiao egg affectionately with her head, sentimental and reluctant to part with, but with firmness. Why? Lu Mu Yen was very puzzled. The Scarlet Frost Jiao had desperately tried to protect the Jiao egg before. Although its aura was weak right now, but as long as she protected her demonic crystal and continued to absorb the spiritual force of heaven and earth, it should survive until the being within the Jiao egg forms and breaks the shell. The Scarlet Frost Jiao sighed, "I can't protect it. The demonic beasts that covet it aren't just the ice toad. At most, I can survive until it breaks the shell, but I've already lost the ability to protect it. Then why let me take it away? You're not afraid that it'll be harmful to it?" Lu Mu Yen raised an eyebrow. She wondered why a Jiao egg would attract the coveting of other high-level demonic beasts. She still remembered that the toad said that as long as it ate the Jiao egg, it could transform successfully. But under normal circumstances, the crystal core of a Tier 6 Scarlet Frost Jiao was much more valuable than an unformed Jiao egg. "I have no other choice." You just returned it to me, which proves that you don't have a bad nature. I believe that as long as you can take it, then you will definitely not mistreat it in the future. The Scarlet Frost Jiao paused, then with determination in her tone, I'd rather let it be your spirit pet than for it to be seized by other demonic beasts for refining and never be able to reincarnate. Lu Muyen felt a deep maternal love for the Jiao egg from the Scarlet Frost Jiao. The faint fluctuation in the Jiao egg that she felt earlier when she touched it also made some softness rise in her heart. She thought for a bit, then with sincere eyes, all right. I will definitely treat it as a partner. Thank you. The Scarlet Frost Jiao's misty eyes revealed gratitude. It closed its eyes and nudged its head. A gentle force pushed the Jiao egg before it towards Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen took the Jiao egg with both her hands, pressed her lips, then bit her index finger. A drop of blood essence fell on the bright white fluorescent egg. Her 2 fingers formed seals in the air, and she chanted a spell. Then, a layer of warm light wrapped around the 1 person and 1 egg, and a spiritual energy contract seal talisman revolved around the Jiao egg a few times before instantly sinking into it. Immediately, it lit up brightly, and a white light shot out from the Jiao egg, shooting right into Lu Muyen's forehead. The contract was completed. I signed a contract of equals with it. It will not only be my spirit pet in the future, but also my life and death partner. Don't worry. In order to let the Scarlet Frost Jiao go in peace, Lu Muyen entered into a contract of equals with the Jiao egg in front of it. The Jiao egg is from the bloodline of the Scarlet Frost Jiao, so it could clearly feel the power of the contract. Its high-hung heart also settled down and once again said gratefully, "Human, a mere thank you is an insufficient response to such a huge favor. Let these things be considered a thank you gift for taking care of it in the future. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site." Thanks. After the Scarlet Frost Jiao finished speaking, it released a mental energy that shot directly towards the wall in the deepest parts of the cave. After a few sounds of rumbling, a crack appeared on the cave wall, and a pile of spiritual herbs and spars, along with dozens of demonic beast crystal cores flew out and was placed in front of Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen swept the things on the floor with her eyes and nodded, "I'll accept your kindness, but I want to ask you a question." "Go ahead. Why did that ice toad covet your Jiao egg? And based on what you said, there'll be other demonic beasts who want it." Lu Muyen had already contracted the Jiao egg, so she naturally needed to figure out the situation. The Scarlet Frost Jiao seemed to have anticipated Lu Muyen's question and said without hesitation, "Its father is a golden dragon that met with misfortune and fell onto this interface. After its injury recovered, he was forced to tear through space and leave. I initially wished that after I successfully passed the tribulation and transformed, our family could be reunited, but it seems that it's impossible now. That toad and a few nearby demonic beast kings know that its bloodline contained the golden dragon's bloodline, so they wanted to refine it." The Scarlet Frost Jiao sighed and added. Lu Muyen's eyes revealed some understanding. The golden dragon is a superior demonic beast species. The blood essence of the dragon clan was exceptionally precious. After refining it, it could advance one's cultivation base, and was indeed very attractive to other demonic beasts. "Leave now, the both of you," the Scarlet Frost Jiao suddenly said. Without waiting for Lu Muyen's response, it glanced at the Jiao egg in her hands with yearning and sentiment, then closed its eyes peacefully and poured the last trace of demonic energy into its crystal core. Then the Scarlet Frost Jiao's body gradually became transparent, and finally, together with the crystal core, turned into a blue light and flew into the Jiao egg. It left the essence of its entire life to its child. Lu Muyen rubbed the Jiao egg she was holding in her hand and felt a powerful energy merge with the little thing within the egg. Her face revealed slight softness. "Woman, let's go." Ming Xiao walked beside Lu Muyen, his handsome face revealing slight tenderness. Lu Muyen nodded, but her face changed the moment she looked up at Ming Xiao. She immediately grabbed one of Ming Xiao's wrists and probed it, then said with an inscrutable expression, "You are poisoned." Ming Xiao looked at Lu Mu Yen in surprise but knew that she wouldn't lie. He used his mental energy to probe the meridians in his body but didn't find any oddity. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a hot sensation spread all over his body. A fiery sensation continued to climb up from his lower abdomen, and at this moment, if he didn't know what poison it was, then being a man was useless. His deep, say-like eyes displayed a bit of silent endurance. He swept around and found that there were still a few wisps of yellow smoke near the edge of the sealed entrance. That damn toad. Ming Xiao immediately mobilized the ice attribute elemental energy to wash his entire body as he spit those words out fiercely. Lu Mu Yen followed Ming Xiao's gaze with hers, and when she found those wisps of yellow smoke, her brows furrowed together tightly. She knew that this was the poisonous gas that gathered in that toad's scrotum when it exploded. Even elemental energy couldn't block it out. This sort of poisonous gas wouldn't harm the human body, but once inhaled, while it would have no effect on women, but to men, it would be as if they had eaten aphrodisiac. If it isn't relieved in time, then one would explode and die. Her face couldn't help but be dyed with a layer of worry. There was only her and Ming Xiao here, unless she needed to relieve him of it. She admitted Ming Xiao was special to her, but she had not yet reached the point of sacrificing her body for him, so she could only quickly think of other ways. The yellow smoke showed its effects quickly, and after a while, Ming Xiao felt that his entire body was hot, dry, and unbearable. His lower abdomen also felt fiery and unendurable. When he smelled the faint fragrance of medicine from Lu Mu Yen beside him, he only wanted to hold her in his arms and possess her completely. But reason triumphed over desire. He bit his tongue, sped to the place farthest from Lu Mu Yen, sat cross-legged and attempted to force the poison out. His heart did move for Lu Mu Yen, but he would never take advantage of this situation to take her. Chapter 97, Ming Xiao's Ruthlessness. A flush of red appeared on Ming Xiao's face, which set off his unrivaled handsome appearance with a little more taste of seduction. He kept changing his hand signs, mobilizing the ice element within him to suppress the rising heat in his abdomen and entire body, but the effect wasn't great. The poisonous gas condensed the entire essence of the ice toad, and it was difficult to get rid of after entering the body. Feeling that his whole body was alarmingly hot, and that he just constantly wanted to vent his desires, he immediately took out the spirit cleansing pill that Lu Mu Yen gave from his interspatial ring and ate it. A coolness spread all over his body, and he gasped for a breath, feeling much more comfortable. But the effect of the medicine evaporated quickly, and in only a quarter of an hour, that hot desire spread through his entire body again. The moment Ming Xiao opened his eyes, he met with Lu Mu Yan's pair of beautiful eyes dyed with worry. The fire of desire in his chest burned even more vigorously. He immediately shut his eyes and muttered a calming scripture. Lu Mu Yan's brows furrowed together and couldn't help pacing back and forth. But even when she had such rich experience in her previous life, she had never encountered such a situation before. The flush on Ming Xiao's face grew darker as the ice elemental energy simply couldn't suppress the explosive desire at all. He bit the tip of his tongue hard to keep his reason. Mo Yen, do you have any ideas? Lu Mu Yen thought and thought but still didn't have any ideas. In the end, she could only ask for help from Mo Yen on her shoulder. Mo Yan's eyes remained light, fell silent for a moment, then said, "You want to detoxify him with yourself?" Lu Mu Yen furrowed her brows even more and said helplessly, "I don't know. If she must use herself to get rid of Ming Xiao's poison, then she could only suffer a loss and sacrifice her body." After all, the body of a virgin seemed insignificant compared to Ming Xiao's life. Except she hadn't yet fallen in love with Ming Xiao. For her to sacrifice her body just like this to detoxify him this time, she would feel awkward and too embarrassed, so if she could get rid of it using another way, it was for the best. With complexity in his eyes, Mo Yen looked at the flamboyant, red-clothed man, who had stabbed his thigh with a sword in an attempt to stay conscious. "There is another way to save him besides you sacrificing your body." "What way?" Lu Mu Yan's eyes lit up. Doesn't the foundation establishment pill you want to refine have the effect of washing the marrow and removing impurities? As long as you refine the foundation establishment pill and give it to him to use, all the impurities in his body will be discharged through the pores. The poisonous gas in body will naturally be discharged together and he wouldn't need to explode. Mo Yen said lightly. Lu Mu Yan's face displayed a bit of joy. That's right. As long as all the impurities and waste gas that accumulated in the body were discharged, then the poison would naturally be eliminated. It just so happened that she found the deep orchid, so she now had all the medicinal resources needed to refine the foundation establishment pill. She immediately took out the cyan cauldron that she won at the auction, mobilized the fire elemental energy from within her and tossed a tongue of flame into the cauldron. In the previous immortal cultivation world, if one wanted to refine pills, aside from borrowing external fire sources, one had to cultivate to the core formation stage and use pill flames to refine. But because there were many different attributes of elemental energy on this continent, as long as one comprehended the laws of elemental energy to a certain level, one could use elemental energy condensation. Although she could condense fire elemental energy to battle when she was a great sword master, but she couldn't maintain it for a long time, so she couldn't use it to refine pills. But after advancing to the sword spirit cultivation base, the speed of her comprehension of the fire elemental law increased by a bit, so her fire elemental energy condensation could last longer, which was enough for refining pills. Of course, the pill flames of cultivators at the core formation stage was even better than fire elemental energy condensation. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks. While the best source of fire for refining pills and tools, however, still came from the mutant flames derived from nature. But mutant flames were difficult to find, and even if one found one, they would be difficult to refine, so those that owned mutant flames were all practically the most gifted with exceptional natural talents. Lu Mu Yen quickly threw the main ingredients into the cauldron to refine one by one, baking them into powders of different colors. Then she wrapped them up with a layer of mental energy, placing them in one nook of the cauldron so that it wouldn't be affected by the fire elemental energy. She continued to throw several kinds of auxiliary spiritual herbs into the cauldron to refine, one by one. In order to not waste time, she used mental energy to individually wrap more than 10 kinds of auxiliary spiritual herbs to refine and roast together. Suddenly, Ming Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he stood up. His figure that originally wanted to walk towards Lu Mu Yen halted, used his instincts to suppress the haunting, burning desire, then turned to bombard the wall of the cave punch by punch in an attempt to vent it all out. Lu Mu Yan's heart tightened, and who would have thought that the one distraction caused her to hear a poochie sound from the cauldron. A few spiritual herbs failed because of insufficient fire power. She took a deep breath, retracted her gaze on Ming Xiu, gradually composed her mind and slowly entered the best free and natural state she possessed in her daily life. Then she threw some more spiritual herbs into the cauldron and closed her eyes to start refining. The sound of gravel falling, and the entire cave rumbling resounded around her ears, but Lu Mu Yen couldn't hear it. She cut off all the disturbances from the outside world and concentrated on refining the foundation establishment pill, hoping that she, who had become rather rusty now, could form a pill in one go. Time passed bit by bit and Ming Xiu's originally pitch-black eyes were now completely bloodshot. He raised his head and looked, with great difficulty, at the calm woman who was currently refining pills, which made his heart felt more serene. But the desire had already reached a point where he almost couldn't restrain it. This was the first time in his life that he was in such a sorry state, not to mention it was in front of the woman that his heart moved for. He pressed his thin lips together and made a decision. Ming Xiu struck out a few Taoist seals, then he sat on a rock, and gradually, a layer of frost emerged on him. The frost increased little by little, and in the end, it turned into a piece of ice, sealing his entire person within it. There was a look of shock in Mo Yan's eyes. This man's perseverance and heart were really too strong. If it were another sword master, even if their cultivation level was exceptional, they may have long been unable to hold back and would have reached their hands towards Lu Mu Yen already. As a demonic beast himself, Mo Yen was well aware of the strength of the poison in that mutant toad's scrotum. Mental energy and elemental energy couldn't block it out, and the most important thing was that it was indiscriminate poisoning. That was, regardless of if one were a normal human or a person with exceptional cultivation base, this poison had the same result. Changing his perspective, he thought to himself that even if he were still at his peak, if he were infected with this kind of poison, he might not have maintained such a long period of reason and sober consciousness like this. Moreover, Ming Xiu, this man, was ruthless to others, but was even more ruthless to himself. When his consciousness began to blur, because he didn't want to hurt Lu Mu Yen, he actually sealed himself in ice with elemental energy. If he failed to thaw, then had become an ice sculpture forever. Mo Yen glanced at Lu Mu Yen, who was concentrating on refining pills, sighed, bit the tip of his tongue hard, and a drop of blood essence shot from his mouth and fell straight into the cauldron. He didn't tell Lu Mu Yen just now, but in addition to washing the marrow and removing impurities, he also needed to add his blood essence to completely detoxify the scrotum poison of that toad. It's just that losing this bit of blood essence that was combined with his king-class bloodline meant that all the cultivation he did since awakening had been in vain. Wang. 2 hours later, the cauldron made a buzzing sound, and a few bright, smooth, and lustrous pills flew out from within the cauldron, its fragrance overflowing. A slender jade-like hand made a gentle wave, and the plump and rounded pills fell into her palm. Lu Mu Yen opened her eyes and took out a porcelain bottle, placing 3 of the Foundation establishment pills in it, then held the one that was left in her hand. She stood up and was prepared to give it to Ming Xiu to use. Yet who knew that she would see a scene that shocked her and make her heart tremble? What entered her eyes was an ice sculpture and, horrifyingly, the man sealed within was precisely that red-clothed, seductively handsome Ming Xiu. Note: Aw Ming Xiu. Chapter 98, Touched and Heart Moved. On November 22, 2021 by May Our Come True table of contents within the ice sculpture, the handsome man had his eyes tightly shut, his face calm, but his inborn domineering temperament, as if looking down upon the world, could still be felt through the ice. Lu Mu Yan's eyes were filled shock. She bit her lower lip and asked Mo Yen with difficulty, "He sealed himself in ice?" "Yes. He almost lost control just now and sealed himself in ice when he almost lost consciousness." Mo Yan's light voice carried a bit of admiration. "Ming Xiu." Lu Mu Yen murmured to herself while holding the Foundation establishment pill tightly. Her heart was deeply shaken. In order to not hurt her, this man actually harmed himself instead. He actually sealed himself in ice. This act was equivalent to suicide if it wasn't controlled well. It was the first time since Mo Yen met Lu Mu Yen that he felt such a big mood swing from her. The woman who had always been calm and composed could actually tremble lightly. "He's a very strong and confident man. Don't worry, if he wasn't certain, he wouldn't be so stupid to seal himself in ice." Lu Mu Yen nodded and calmed herself down. It was an absolute lie if she said she wasn't touched. This man used all his actions to prove to her that he respected her. She held the pill in her hand and walked towards that ice sculpture. She half-squatted in front of the ice sculpture and stretched out her hand to caress the man's handsome and enchanting face through the ice. She sighed softly, and a gentle color that had never appeared before rose in her eyes. This man sure was good, he won her recognition so easily. She also had to admit right now that her heart moved. For the first time in her 2 lives, her heart moved for a man. Then, Lu Mu Yen hugged the ice sculpture with both hands and the fire elemental energy in her body flowed out incessantly. She mobilized all the spiritual energy within her to transform into flames, melting the ice in her embrace little by little. Drip, drip. The ice sculpture was melted into droplets that kept dripping to the floor by the small tongues of flames made from fire elemental energy. 2 hours later, the last layer of ice that separated the two of them was completely melted by the flames and tightening of her arms. She hugged Ming Xiu's body. But his body wasn't as cold as imagined and was instead rolling with heat. The flush on his face grew deeper and deeper, like a human stove, as if it weren't suppressed, it would explode. While feeling the fiery body of the other party, she also felt that was another stronger force that traveled around his entire body, suppressing the heat of desire that constantly rose from his lower abdomen. It were as if a stone was dropped into the lake of Lu Muyan's heart, creating circles upon circles of ripples. She quickly let go of Ming Xiu, fed the pill in her hand into his mouth, then stepped back and meditated not far away from him to restore her spiritual energy. Just when Ming Xiu was feeling that his whole body was about to be ignited, he was suddenly embraced by a soft body with a faint fragrance of medicine, then a pill entered his mouth and instantly melted. The medicinal effects of the pill flowed down along the meridians to his dantian area. When he felt that his consciousness was a little fuzzy, he heard the woman's clear voice, that was pleasant to the ear as if sweet spring water, in his sea of consciousness. Foundation Establishment Pill, Guide to the Dantian to Refine, with no distractions. First perform 3 macrocosmic orbits, then mobilize the elemental energy in your entire body to your dantian to filter and purify, then come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Ming Xiu's brows knitted tightly, calmed his mind, gradually tossed away that unbearable feeling of desire and heat, and followed Lu Muyan's telepathic words to start to refine the Foundation Establishment Pill. The medicine took effect slowly as the elemental energy quickly poured into his dantian from his entire body, filtered, then spread out again. A refreshing feeling overflowed from the meridians all over his body, making him enter a state of cultivation as if there were no one around him. Lu Muyan discovered that Ming Xiu had quickly entered the state of refining and a smile appeared on her lips. This man's perseverance and self-confidence exceeded her imagination. When she used fire elemental energy to melt the ice around Ming Xiu's body, she discovered that he had long been prepared. Even if she didn't do anything, he could still thaw himself, albeit ending with internal injuries, but he would allow the icy air to freeze all the toxins in his body. But by doing this, it would also greatly reduce his cultivation base. Even when the feeling of burning flame struck, this guy could still enter a focused state of cultivation. His heart and control were truly abnormal. Even if his cultivation base dropped, she believed that without too long, Ming Xiu could restore his strength, and perhaps be even stronger. The moment Lu Muyan glanced over, she found that the flush on Ming Xiu's face had receded, and traces of black smoke emerged from the top of his head. His red clothes were also blackened by the impurities that were forced out of his body. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of astonishment. Wasn't this man's talent just too strong? It only took 2 hours for him to finish cleansing his marrow using the refined Foundation Establishment Pill, and even discharged all the impurities and poisonous gas in his body. Such a strong talent could definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the spiritual world and had even more potential than those almighty immortal cultivators with rare spiritual roots. Feeling a flow of energy from Ming Xiu, she knew that he wanted to use the Foundation Establishment Pill to stabilize his cultivation base, so she poured a Foundation Establishment Pill out from the bottle and fed it to herself, then guided its medicinal effects into her dantian to refine. Then, a pure energy wandered around the meridians of her entire body, finally turning into a torrent, all rushing towards her dantian. Time passed bit by bit, and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The green mist that wound around Lu Muyan's dantian doubled in size, and inside her body, it also seemed to have undergone a change so drastic it was as if the heaven and earth had flipped. Establishing a foundation was a watershed for cultivators. If one couldn't cross it, then they wouldn't be able to improve for the rest of their lives. After the foundation establishment stage, one would be able to comprehend the laws of the heavenly path and lay the foundation for the core formation and nascent soul more deeply. After running the pure and dense spiritual energy in her body in a macrocosmic orbit, Lu Muyan seemed to have found the feeling of when she was cultivating as an immortal again. A sense of security born from her heart filled the depths of her soul. With her soul sublimated, and the medicinal effects having expelled all the impurities from the washing of the marrow by the marrow cleansing pill last time, Lu Muyan successfully established her foundation. Her sword master's cultivation base also took a step ahead and advanced to middle phase sword spirit. She opened her eyes and found that aside from Mo Yen in the cave, there was only the Jiao egg beside her. She turned her head and scanned the place where Ming Xiao sat before, but there was no one. He went out half a day ago. Mo Yen saw the befuddlement in Lu Mu Yan's eyes and said to resolve her confusion. A softness rose on Lu Mu Yan's face, and she reached out to rub Mo Yan's furry head, which attracted a cold glare from the other party. She couldn't help but laugh out aloud. Mo Yen, thank you for that drop of blood essence. She had already noticed that Mo Yen had incorporated his blood essence into the Foundation Establishment pill. When she was refining the Foundation Establishment pill, she even felt a pure demonic beast power integrating with her meridians. When she was washing the marrow and removing impurities, it also merged with her bone marrow. Her Boda's toughness also heightened a level, and the flesh-refining skill had also reached a bottleneck. Where's the need for politeness between you and me? Mo Yen turned his head, feeling slightly awkward as he uttered these words. Lu Mu Yan's heart warmed, and she wanted to reach out and rub his hat again but was avoided by him. She restrained her smile and said, "I'll refine the pill for you later." The power contained in that drop of blood essence of Mo Yan's probably consumed all his recent cultivation. Lu Mu Yan felt indebted, so she just wanted to quickly refine the pill that can improve his cultivation for him to refine. All right. As soon as the words of the one human one beast fell, Ming Xiao, dressed in his flamboyant red clothes, flew down from the hole on the top of the cave that was created by the bombardment of thunder. He walked straight to Lu Mu Yan, his gaze deep and unfathomable as the endless sea while revealing a bewitching smile. "Woman, you're awake." Chapter 99, Reveal Intel. Lu Mu Yan stood up and faced Ming Xiao with a light upwards curve on her lips. The two had a tacit understanding, and neither spoke of the poisoning from before. "Where did you go? Where does the top of the cave lead?" Lu Mu Yan glanced at the pitch-black top of the cave and asked. Ming Xiao took out a bag of brown fruits from his interspatial ring and handed one to Lu Mu Yan. "I was afraid you'd be hungry when you wake up, so I went to find some spiritual fruits. This mountain top isn't far from the wooden hut of your academy's trial site." Lu Mu Yan didn't feel hungry at this point because as long as one successfully established their foundation, one didn't need to eat food anymore, but she didn't want to let down Ming Xiao's good intention. She took the fruit and copied how Ming Xiao peeled the skin, revealing a pink fruit within. She bit into it, a delicious sweet and sour taste, and it even had the slight effect of strengthening bones. "This fruit is a Qilan fruit one?" She hadn't seen this kind of fruit in the spiritual world before, but it was recorded in the Tianling continent's flora record. Qilan fruit generally grew in icy places and was exceptionally rare. It had the effect of helping humans and demonic beasts strengthen their bones. With frequent intake, it could even achieve the effect of tempering the body. "Yes. I see that your body is as strong as a demonic beast, so you must have cultivated a special body-refining skill. I happen to know a place where Qilan fruit grew, so picked it all back." Ming Xiao stuffed the entire bag of Qilan fruit to Lu Mu Yan. "Save it and eat it slowly." Lu Mu Yan wasn't quarrelsome either. Ming Xiao didn't refine his body as he used long-range attacks every time he fought, so the effect of this Qilan fruit was more suitable for her. "Then thank you very much." Ming Xiao furrowed his brows slightly and his devilishly handsome face approached Lu Mu Yan's, chuckling as he said, "We still need a thank you between you and me?" A faint pale pink rose on Lu Mu Yan's extremely beautiful face. She took a step back and changed the topic. "When will you go to the place where the heavenly frost golden crystal is sublimating?" Her heart did move for Ming Xiao, but their relationship still wasn't deep enough to be together just yet. She still had other things to do. Besides, she didn't understand Ming Xiao enough, only that this person was very powerful, had a deep connection to the Ming Chamber of Commerce Alliance, and nothing else. She wanted to go with the flow. If they were interested in each other, they would eventually be together in the future by fate. She preferred feelings that came naturally. Of course, because Ming Xiao was special to her, she didn't reject his closeness. There was a smile in Ming Xiao's long and narrow eyes. this little woman didn't resist his closeness, which was a good start. According to the intel in the reports, there should be another 5 or 6 days left for the formation of the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal. It only takes 3 days from here. I still have to go to a place to find some materials for refining magic tools. Do you want to come with me? Lu Muyen thought for a moment, then raised her eyes and said, I want to go back to hand in the second trial mission first, then head to the place where the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal's forming, otherwise I won't make it. Ming Xiu's fire elemental energy comprehension was even deeper than hers, so she had sighed inwardly before, that if this person wasn't a smith, it would truly be a waste. Hearing that he wanted to find the materials to refine tools, she understood now. This guy was indeed a smith, and his grade definitely wasn't low. Alright. I'll give you the place where the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal's forming, and we'll meet there in 6 days. Ming Xiu took out an empty jade slip, placed it on his forehead and drew a picture with his mental energy, then handed it to Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen took the jade slip and browsed through it using her mental energy, remembered the map in her heart, then nodded, all right. The two of them didn't stay too long either as they had their own things to do. Ming Xiu wrapped an arm around Lu Muyen's waist and took her out of the cave within the cave in the cold pond. Then he sent her near the small wooden hut for the trials of Yanzhou Kingdom before hurriedly leaving. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Inside the wooden hut, Yun Tsang, Lan Si, and Yun Ji were discussing with each other around the furnace over tea. They all revealed surprise when they saw Lu Muyen enter the door. Lu girl, you've already completed your second mission? Yun Tsang pointed to the position opposite him and motioned for her to sit down. Lu Muyen nodded with a smile and took out, one by one, the 20 mission items she collected for the 3 to check. Lan Si picked up her mission list and checked it against the mission items, then a meaningful, gentle smile rose on his face. Lu Muyen, isn't your efficiency a bit too fast? You only took 4 days to gather all the items on the mission list. You sure hide your skills well. Lu Muyen glanced at Lan Si and was too lazy to beat around the bush with him. She rubbed the back of the little beast in her arms and said, I can find these items on the mission list this time mainly because of him. Lan Si and the others followed her words and cast their gazes on the fire cloud mink with what appeared to be a lifelike flame on his forehead, and they came to understand. The fire cloud mink's ability to find spiritual herbs and spiritual items were known by all, but they didn't expect that the one by Lu Muyen would be this powerful. They really didn't know if she was just lucky or because her eyes were sharp. Lan Si believed that it was the latter more. Lu Muyen stretched out her hand to pour herself a cup of tea, took a light slip, then raised her head to ask Yun Tsang, Imperial Master, may I ask if I can do the next mission yet? Not yet. You have to wait for the next round's list of names to come out before you're given a mission. But you're sure to enter the next, final round of the trial. Yun Tsang's wrinkled face revealed a rare, kind smile. Towards Lu Muyen's performance, he was very satisfied. How long must we wait? Lu Muyen asked with furrowed brows. Seeing that she seemed to be thinking about things, Lan Si looked at her and asked with a smile, you have something to do? It definitely wouldn't be something simple for her to ask the time so urgently like this. Lu Muyen reviewed the information provided by Ming Xiu in her mind. Recalling that when she pushed the door open earlier, she seemed to have heard the 3 mention the 10 distinguished clans, so she guessed that the 3 still didn't know about the news of the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal for the time being. The Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal was to be birthed and the 10 distinguished clans concealed and sealed the news, so there must be powerhouses hidden in the trial teams. Although Ming Xiu was there, but there would be no guarantee everything was foolproof. She might as well tell this news to the 3 of them, which could help her better reap benefits during the confusion. Yes, I'll be hurrying to a place in 2 days. Lu Muyen nodded, and then made an appearance as if she were thinking about something. After a while, she asked the 3, I wonder if Imperial teacher and instructors have heard a piece of news? A piece of news? We haven't heard anything recently. Lan Si exchanged glances with the Imperial teacher and continued, Lu Mu Yen, don't keep us guessing. Just tell us directly. Lu Mu Yen chuckled softly, took another sip of tea from the cup, then said slowly, do you know why the pupils of the 10 distinguished clans came to the glacial mountain range for their trial? We're also curious about that, but we've looked into it and found nothing unusual. Lan Si stared at Lu Mu Yen, then asked solemnly, unless Lu Mu Yen, you heard something about it? They also suspected that this time the 10 distinguished clans came to the glacial mountain range with a purpose, but the news sent back by the spies weren't anything unusual. Although they were still sending people to investigate, but Lan Si just felt that Lu Mu Yen discovered some sort of secret. The main purpose of the 10 distinguished clans this time isn't the selection trial, but rather they discovered the location of where the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal will sublimate, and they're using the trial as a guise to cover for their movements. Lu Mu Yen spoke of the news that even these three didn't know of firmly. What? Yun Tsang and the others looked at Lu Mu Yen incredulously. Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal. So it was the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal, that sort of spiritual treasure that was difficult to find even in 1,000 years. No wonder the 10 distinguished clans would seal the news and use selecting the participants for the continental tournament for hegemony as a cover to come to the glacial mountain range for the trial. So it turned out that they indeed had a deeper purpose. One Qilin, also known as Kirin, no real English translation except for unicorn, but unicorn is a different species altogether in China too, aka Du Jiao Shou. Leaving it as the pinyin. Chapter 100. Various parties dispatched. The shock in the eyes of the three weren't concealed. Hearing such explosive news made them all unable to sit still. Lu girl, how did you get this news? Is it accurate? Yun Tsang's expression was deep and solemn. Lu Mu Yen nodded with certainty, I'm certain the news is accurate. But it's not convenient to tell Imperial teacher how I obtained it. For the time being, she didn't want to disclose that she and Ming Xiu knew each other to others. Yun Tsang knocked on the table lightly. He guessed that Lu Mu Yan's news came from the Ling clan. After all, the 10 distinguished clans sealed the news jointly and they had investigated it for so long yet received no definitive news, so it was impossible for her to obtain this secret from someone else. Lan Si, Yun Ji, what do you two think? Yun Tsang looked up at the two and asked after a bit, which also fully demonstrated his trust in the two. A smile of interest rose on Lan Si's gentle and refined face. Such an opportunity, naturally we should go join the fun. The Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal was very useful to him. Since he knew that this thing was being born, then he naturally wanted to go compete for it. I also think it's necessary to join in the fun. Yun Ji's eyes also displayed some enthusiasm and desire. Yun Tsang nodded, then asked Lu Mu Yen, Lu girl, do you know the location of where the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal is forming? I do. According to the intel, there is still around 6 days left until the formation of the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal. Lu Mu Yen replied with a smile. With a spiritual item like the Heavenly Frost Golden Crystal being formed, I believe that the 10 distinguished clans have also sent out experts in accompaniment. I will send a message to the Empire to ask for reinforcements. Yun Tsang immediately told the two of them, wait one more day, and you two take those students who've completed the second trial mission there. I'll arrive later. Yes. Lan Si and Yun Ji replied. On the second day, the students participating in the trial returned one after another. Yun Zmo, Lu Mu Bai, Yun Lan, Yun Jin and Xiao Ziyang all completed their tasks before night. But what surprised Lu Mu Yen a little was that among the people who returned, aside from Ji Han Su and Fu Chen who were within expectations, the winner of the Earth class, who was hostile towards her, named Luxiang also completed the second trial mission. She lowered her eyes to hide the look in her eyes and became more wary of Luxiang in her heart. This woman felt rather not simple to her. At night, as the time ordered by the Imperial teacher arrived, Lan Si announced to those who had returned, congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the second round of the trial test. Now I have one important thing to tell everyone. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the several people, Lan Si also stopped keeping them suspenseful. We have received reliable intel that the purpose of the 10 distinguished clans coming to the glacial mountain range for the trial is actually not to compete for the quota, but because they discovered where the Heavenly Frost golden crystal was about to sublimate and form. I will take you there to have a look. This time, it doesn't count as a trial mission. The final trial mission is to be determined and will continue after returning. Of course, if you can get even a tiny amount of Heavenly Frost golden crystal, then it's considered your fortuitous encounter. You don't have to hand it in to the Academy or Empire. Lan Si then added, you can choose to go or not to go. Hearing it was the Heavenly Frost golden crystal, the eyes of those here lit up brightly. No one wanted to miss such a good opportunity, so no one chose to withdraw. Very well. You have one night to rest. Well, leave early tomorrow morning. Lan Si's gaze swept over them with satisfaction and ordered. Yes. At night, Lu Mu Yen and Lu Mu Bai, together with the others, sat drinking tea and chatting. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Drinking a cup of warm tea in such cold weather was very comfortable, so as long as they were within the wooden hut, Lu Mu Yen would make a pot of spiritual tea. Yenner, did you hear this news from the Ling clan? Or from Yi Qing Han? Lu Mu Bai felt that it was strange ever since he learnt that the news was told to the Imperial teacher and the others by his younger sister. The 10 distinguished clans were together in this, so they definitely wouldn't allow anyone to spread such news this time. That's why he constantly felt that Lu Mu Yan's source for the news wasn't from the Ling clan or the Yi clan, but he couldn't guess who else would know such secret information. Neither. A friend told me. Lu Mu Yen shook her head but didn't tell them about Mingxiu. Based on what occurred during the auction last time, her elder brother and the others didn't know that guy. Lu Mu Bai's indifferent eyes grew darker, but he didn't continue to ask any more. Let's rest first. We still need to hurry over tomorrow. Yun Lan and the others also saw that Lu Mu Yen didn't want to say any more, so after hearing Lu Mu Bai's words, they all sat alone and started to recover their physical strength and elemental energy. Outside the wooden hut, in a place hidden in the thicket, a woman stood under a big tree as if waiting for someone. Not long after, a man in a black cloak appeared next to the woman. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and his voice was hoarse, obviously deepened on purpose. How's the plan being completed? The woman froze, then immediately recovered her calm and said respectfully, Lord's secret envoy, Lu Mu Bai and the others always surround Lu Mu Yen, so it's difficult to act. During the second trial mission, she was too fast, and I lost her, but now there's an opportunity. Oh? What opportunity? The man suppressed the anger that made him almost berate her. The 10 distinguished clans found the place where the Heavenly Frost golden crystal's going to form. Well, rush there tomorrow with Lan Si. By then, there'll be a lot of people snatching for it. In the confusion, it'll be much easier to get rid of Lu Mu Yen without being discovered. The woman said cautiously. The man froze for a moment, obviously not expecting to hear such news. What? You mean the Heavenly Frost golden crystal? No wonder the 10 distinguished clans would choose to complete their trial in the glacial mountain range. So it's because they discovered such a peak-grade spiritual item. Do you know when the Heavenly Frost golden crystal will form? The man paused, then asked with a hint of excitement in his tone. There's still around 6 days before forming. The woman replied. The man drew his cloak tighter around him, then asked, do you know the specific location? That's not clear. Lan Si didn't tell us in detail. The woman's eyes carried with it slight obscurity. The man considered it a little, then said, act according to the plan. When you get to the location of the Heavenly Frost golden crystal, you must take advantage of the chaos to find a chance to dispose of Lu Mu Yen. Of course, it would be better to kill Lu Mu Bai together as well. Understood. When you leave tomorrow, remember to leave a secret signal. It'll lead some people to follow secretly. From the man's throat sounded a sinister cackle, well, definitely obtain the heavenly frost golden crystal. When that time comes, well, send people to cooperate with you to kill those siblings. Go back first, don't let that old bastard Yunsang discover your identity. Yes, Lord's secret envoy. The woman quickly turned and returned to the wooden hut, while the man disappeared into the woods as if he had never appeared before. After a while, Lu Mu Yen opened her shut eyes and looked at the person, who had just pushed open the door to enter, thoughtfully. Early the next morning, Lan Si and Yunji led the few instructors and students who had completed their second trial mission towards an area near the inner ring of the glacial mountain range. At the same time, the 10 distinguished clans eliminated a portion of their pupils and let them continue using the selection trial as a cover, allowing various parties of superiors to lead their clan's core pupils in the same direction. With all parties surging, in addition to the human sword masters, there were also many high-level demonic beasts appearing in the area near the inner ring of the glacial mountain range, and they all headed in one direction. Chapter 101, Chaotic Battle. According to Ming Xiu's map, the heavenly frost golden crystal was under a large iceberg close to the inner ring of the glacial mountain range. From the wooden hut for the trial, it was only 3 days away. Lan Si took Lu Mu Yen and the others rushing all the way. On the way, they constantly encountered demonic beasts, but they slayed them one by one. 4 days later, the group reached a deep and dense forest where no ice blue could be seen. The dense plants that grew in the forest were all red, and even the soil was a dark red here. As far as the eye could see, it was red through and through, as if an undulating sea of fire. The rustling sound from demonic beasts running could be heard from time to time, and it was occasionally accompanied by a few beast roars. The most important thing was that when they encountered demonic beasts nearby, they were no longer attacked, and those demonic beasts that ran towards the depths of the woods just directly ignored them. Lan Si, why do these demonic beasts give up attacking when they see us? Ji Xian asked with a solemn expression on his face as he watched a Tier 5 water crocodile dash past them quickly but not attack. Lan Si had a gentle smile on his handsome and refined face. They're naturally going for the heavenly frost golden crystal. It seems that the heavenly frost golden crystal's not far from forming. It's even causing such madness from the demonic beasts. As expected of a legendary spiritual item. Yunji sighed with mixed emotions. Let's quickly go too. Not only might we not even be able to drink any soup if we arrive late, but we may even encounter a group attack by demonic beasts. Lan Si waved his hand and led the group of people towards the depths of the woods quickly. The longer Lu Mu Yen walked, the more there was an indescribable sense of oppression. It not only came from this spooky red forest, but there was also a feeling of being enveloped by something. Mo Yen, have you noticed anything unusual? Lu Mu Yen asked Mo Yen on her shoulders as she walked. Mo Yen's cold eyes were also dyed with a layer of vigilance at this time. This forest has been locked onto by a Tier 7 demonic beast. We're bound to encounter the attack of a group of beasts not far ahead. Tier 7 demonic beast? Then haven't they already transformed? Lu Mu Yen was startled, but there wasn't too much shock. With a spiritual item like the heavenly frost golden crystal being born, it'd be weird if there weren't any high-tier demonic beasts competing for it. A Tier 7 demonic beast was equivalent to the strength of a human sword sovereign. She wondered if there were any sword sovereign experts sent out within the 10 distinguished clans. There definitely would be quite a few sword monarchs. On her side, it seemed that only Ming Xiu was a sword sovereign, so when the chaotic battle begins, he might not even be able to protect her. It truly was perilous. Fortunately, there's only the aura of one Tier 7 demonic beast. If there were more demonic beast kings, let alone you guys competing for the heavenly frost golden crystal, I'm afraid that you won't even return alive. Mo Yen withdrew his demonic sense and said lightly. Lu Mu Yan's lips curled up. How do you know that after the heavenly frost golden crystal's fully formed, there'll be no other transformation stage demonic beasts that appear? This time we're really pulling teeth on a tiger's mouth and whether we live or die is unknown. Although she said it was dangerous, but her eyes were dense with battle intent and determination. After she successfully established her foundation, she must begin to nurture her natal magic treasure, and the heavenly frost golden crystal was something that would have even made her desire to obtain it in the spiritual world. Now that she had such an opportunity, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Although there were many obstacles ahead, but it wasn't as if there weren't any chances. And even if she couldn't obtain the heavenly frost golden crystal, she still had the skills to save her own life. Only those who took risks could obtain wealth. I see that you're not afraid of tier 7 demonic beasts at all. Mo Yen glanced at Lu Mu Yen and said. What's there to be afraid? What should come will always eventually come. If you lose mentally, then why do you even speak of competing for the heavenly frost golden crystal? Lu Mu Yen unconsciously revealed an inborn self-confidence and intimidating manner. She had never bowed her head down to fate. Mo Yen felt Lu Mu Yan's firm determination and there was a touch of appreciation in his eyes. It was a wise decision to sign a contract with this woman. How could his master easily retreat because of the numerous obstacles and dangers ahead? The path of cultivation had always been to defy the heavens, and going forward courageously was the decisiveness that the strong should have. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, of course, one couldn't act recklessly. If there were already 3 or 5 demonic beasts in the transformation stage ahead, then there wasn't any need to go and send themselves to their death in vain for a spiritual item. Everyone, those who have defensive magic tools, take it out and prepare for battle. Lan Si looked at the crowd not far ahead of them and made a hand gesture to the several people. They're already at war ahead of us. Mo Yan's voice also entered Lu Mu Yan's sea of consciousness at the same time. Lu Mu Yan's mental energy also probed the fierce battle ahead. She took out the golden long whip and held it in her hand, then mobilized a shield that her dad had given her before she left. In front of her, her eyes filled with interest. Roar! Boom! As soon as she approached the depths of the woods, the fighting in front of her grew more intense. The smile on Lan Si's face had subsided and he instructed everyone, let's go have a look. Remember, your life is most important. Be careful. After speaking, he leapt in that direction. Lu Mu Yen and the others also followed him quickly. Around less than a quarter of an hour away, Lu Mu Yen and the others stopped by a rock. The dense red forest ahead had already been razed to the ground by the fight between the humans and demonic beasts. What entered the eyes was a colony of low-level fire ant colony, gushing out like a tide, besieging the elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans. And their arrival also attracted the attention of the leaders of the 10 distinguished clans. Lan Si, bring your people to help. Well, talk about other things after killing them, otherwise it'll only be a dead end for everyone. The middle-aged man who was acquainted with Lan Si and met in the green forest before resisted the siege of fire ants as he split his focus, yelling towards Lan Si. The elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans were strong, but the fire ant colony came wave after wave. The sword monarch powerhouses of the clans had all crossed over the fire ant colony to find the queen fire ant to kill, so they could only hold out, but there was already not much elemental energy remaining in them. Now that Lan Si's people were here, whether it was for the heavenly frost golden crystal or not, they naturally had to pull them down the water together too. Otherwise, even if they succeed in breaking out of this siege, they wouldn't allow Lan Si and the others, who looked on doing nothing, to share a bowl of porridge 3. Lan Si also understood this principle, otherwise he wouldn't bring the students over in such a hurry. All right. Well, withstand a wave for you, you guys go recover quickly. Lan Si yelled to the man, then turned to Lu Mu Yen and the others and said, go up and share some of their burden. Use your all, don't feel like you'll get lucky. This way, we'll be qualified to negotiate with them later. Yes. The several people answered in unison. Not to mention that it was for the heavenly frost golden crystal, just to save their own lives, they also had to go up. The moment they stepped onto this land, the moment they were locked on by the fire ant colony. If the pupils of the 10 distinguished clans were wiped out, it would be their turn next. Let's go directly to the front and let them have a rest to catch their breaths. Yun Zmo, with furrowed brows, said to the group of people as he saw that the pupils of the 10 distinguished clans were currently very tired, and their elemental energy had been exhausted too much, almost to the point that they could hold on no longer. Yes. Right after Lu Mu Yen and the others replied, they leapt up and landed directly at the center of the battle, meeting the fire ant colony as they brandished their magic treasures. One Chinese idiom meaning very dangerous. I mean, just imagine pulling teeth from a wild tiger's mouth when they're not sedated. XD2 get them wrapped up in it as well. English has the saying of dragging someone down with them / me etc. as well. 3 original Chinese saying use the word soup instead of porridge, but it just means to have a share of the spoils / profits. Chapter 102, Save Yi Qinglu. As soon as Lu Mu Yen and the others landed on the ground, they brandished the magic tools in their hands, attacking in a frenzy, temporarily blocking the siege of the fire ant colony in front of them. The elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans immediately stepped back, taking turns to meditate and restore their elemental energy and physical strength. Those who had pills that replenished elemental energy would occasionally take one out to swallow reluctantly as if their flesh hurt from using one. Lan Si and the several instructors weren't idle either. They quickly joined the battle. While waving his long sword, he asked the middle-aged man, "Where are your sword monarch powerhouses?" "Looking for the queen fire ant. As long as we kill it, we can get out of this trouble. Now we can only bide our time." The middle-aged man repelled a wave of fire ants and replied helplessly. Lan Si nodded and quickly moved beside the middle-aged man to share his burden. The others also took the opportunity to regain their elemental energy and rest for a while. Time passed bit by bit and the people on Lu Mu Yan's side were consuming elemental energy enormously. Even if they took turns to kill with the elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans, it wouldn't be enough to survive the endless waves of the fire ant colony that surfaced from all directions. They simply couldn't bear this kind of human wave tactic, and many of the pupils' elemental energy were gradually being hollowed out. From time to time, there would also be blood-curdling screams of those that were dragged into the fire ant colony, then quickly drowned and gnawed away, leaving only a skeleton. Those that have pills, take it all out and eat. Saving them will only leave you a dead end. After taking an elemental energy-enhancing pill, the middle-aged man yelled towards the crowd. The elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans watched their companions bury themselves among the fire ants and no longer felt pained about using pills. They took out their own to take, replenishing their elemental energy while continuing to battle. As for the people on Lu Mu Yan's side, the speed of the natural recovery of elemental energy also couldn't keep up with the speed of consuming it, so Yun Zmo took the lead and began to take out the pills on him to use. In comparison, Xiao Ziyang's had the most elemental energy-enhancing pills, so he threw a pill each to Lu Mu Yen and the others. Because Lu Mu Yen had succeeded in establishing her foundation, the spiritual energy in her was even more abundant than an initial phase Sword King. However, such a high-intensity battle also consumed nearly half of her spiritual energy, so the moment she caught Xiao Ziyang's pill, she sent it to her mouth. Then she immediately furrowed her brows. The effect of this pill was a bit too poor. To think it's a grade 2 pill, it was simply not at the same standard as the spiritual energy replenishing pill that she refined. The efficacy of one elemental energy enhancing pill could only replenish 1/5 of the elemental energy. This speed couldn't even keep up with the loss of elemental energy from fighting. Squeak! Suddenly, a piercing scream came from underground, and accompanying the sound were more fire ants that dug through the ground. Although the amount in each wave was less than before, but their levels were far higher than the previous groups of ants. Most of them were Tier 3 or Tier 4, and there were even occasionally Tier 5 fire ants emerging. Elder brother. Due to the chaotic battle against the demonic beasts, Lu Mu Yen had no chance to greet Yi Qing Han and the others. Now she heard a familiar voice not far away. With a turn of her head, she saw that Yi Qinglu was besieged by more than a dozen Tier 4 fire ants, and her calf had been bitten by a tier 5 fire ant that was more than half a meter long, which suddenly burrowed out from underground. The blood wasn't stopping, and the 2 Yi clan pupils that were nearby were simply overwhelmed and couldn't assist. Meanwhile, Yi Qing Han was surrounded by more than 30 tier 4 fire ants and simply couldn't break free. He could only frantically kill the fire ants that were constantly attacking with bloodshot eyes, desperate to hurry over. But only after moving a little more than a meter, 3 tier 5 fire ants suddenly emerged from the red earth before him, ground their sharp fangs and attacked him, deliberately blocking his way. Little sister. Yi Qing Han dealt with the 3 tier 5 fire ants while splitting his focus to pay attention to Yi Qing's situation. The other pupils and superiors of the Yi clan were all entangled with tier 4 and tier 5 fire ants that were constantly emerging from underground. They could barely protect themselves, so they simply had no energy to break free from the obstacles and save her. Seeing that the circle magic treasure in Yi Qing's hand was knocked down by another tier 5 demonic beast that appeared on her side, the surrounding fire ants quickly wanted to submerge and swallow her. Yi Qing Han yelled and tried to free himself using all he had to save her, but there were simply too many fire ants. Just as he killed one, there would be another 2 more to besiege him. His sword aura was constantly being brandished, but his pace simply wasn't fast enough. Come and read on our website Wuxia World Site. Thanks. His body trembled slightly, his heart palpitated fiercely, and his eyes were bloodshot, staring at Yi Qinglu being besieged by fire ants. Yi Qing's situation also attracted other people's attention. After all, she was the treasured daughter of the Yi clan's patriarch, and if something went wrong with her, no one could explain themselves. But because everyone was entangled by multiple fire ants, no one was able to rescue her and could only watch her, with her pale face, being pushed to the ground by a few tier 4 fire ants. 2 tier 5 fire ants swiftly stepped forward, ground the 2 ferocious fangs in their mouths, then one of them lowered its head, opened its mouth, and bit towards her head. Little sister. Yi Qing Han's voice was desperate. Ignoring the besieging fire ants, he wanted to quickly rush over, but he was still dragged back by a few tier 5 fire ants, and was even bitten on his back a few times. Yi Qing's face was pale and there was a touch of despair in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would be buried in the mouths of these fire ants today. She fixedly looked in Yi Qing Han's direction, her little face full of reluctance to go. Pa! Just when everyone thought that Yi Qinglu was going to be eaten by the 2 tier 5 fire ants, a ghost-like white figure suddenly flashed a few times and landed in front of Yi Qinglu. A beam of golden light flickered and the tier 5 fire ant that was about to bite down on Yi Qing's head was whipped more than 3 meters away. Such a breathtaking scene made everyone feel slightly relieved. Only after the white figure landed were they surprised to discover that it was actually Lu Muyen. Elder sister Muyen. Yi Qinglu was already prepared to die, but she didn't expect that Lu Muyen would arrive to save her. A layer of mist rose in her eyes as if she had found a backbone. Lu Muyen hurriedly approached Yi Qinglu and pulled her back more than 10 steps away to avoid the attack of the other tier 5 fire ant behind her. She furrowed her arched brows and looked at the many bite wounds on Yi Qing's leg where blood flowed incessantly. She immediately took out a bottle of powdered medicine and scattered the powder on her wound, helped her up, then said, "Qinglu, don't be afraid, I'm here." "Yes, elder sister Muyen, be careful." Yi Qinglu sniffed and forcefully held back the tears in her eyes. She couldn't let Lu Muyen be distracted. Seeing Lu Muyen suddenly come to save his younger sister like a female celestial, Yi Qing Han's heart that was in despair gradually came back to life, and that white figure was also deeply imprinted in his heart. Snap! Snap! The tier 5 fire ant that was whipped away was completely angered now. A human woman with a cultivation base 1 tier lower than itself actually dared to treat it in such a way. It was unforgivable. It ground its fangs as it leapt towards Lu Muyen rapidly. Seeing that it was robbed of its food, the tier 5 fire ant that was about to bite Yi Qinglu from behind also became angry. With a roar, it besieged them again together with the encircling tier 4 fire ants. Lu Muyan's eyes grew cold, took out a white porcelain bottle and stuffed it in Yi Qingle's hands. Quickly, take it all to restore your elemental energy. Then she waved the golden long whip and greeted the dozen or so fire ants that had come up to encircle her. Her black eyes that were originally as bright as the stars now had a sliver of unbridled battle-intent surface in them, mixed with endless icy coldness. Pa! Pa! The others watched as the whip in Lu Muyan's hands were as if it had come to life, whipping away each fire ant that approached her and Yi Qinglu one by one. What was even more shocking and unexpected was that, as if it had grown eyes of its own, each whip would directly pierce through a Tier 4 fire ant's head, wrap around the crystal core, and pull it right out. In just a moment, the bodies of Tier 4 fire ants piled up all around her. The two Tier 5 fire ants already bore elementary intelligence, so seeing that she was so bold and powerful, they immediately stopped in their steps and made a few high, shrill cries towards the sky. Then all one saw were the many fire ants, that besieged the others, turn and quickly crawl in Lu Muyan's direction. Countless low-level fire ants also surfaced out of the ground to surround Lu Muyan and Yi Qinglu, narrowing the attack range bit by bit. Yener! Muyan! Several anxious and panicked voices of men sounded around, but because of the influx of fire ants that encircled Lu Muyan and Yi Qinglu, even if the others wanted to turn around and help, it would be difficult to break though for a while. At this time, there was only one thought in everyone's mind: Lu Muyan was done for. Chapter 103, Prodigal Lady. With Lu Muyan besieged, Lu Mubai, Yunlan and the others were all extremely anxious. They quickly slayed the surrounding fire ants and wanted to step forward to rescue her, but there were simply too many ants and too few people. No matter how madly they killed them, they were still held back. Yi Qinghan split the two Tier 5 fire ants before him into halves and ran towards the group of fire ants. But as soon as he approached the periphery of the battle ring, he was encircled and suppressed by the frenzied fire ants that had spun around. Lu Muyan waved her golden long whip continuously, and occasionally leapt up and used her powerful body to physically face off against two Tier 5 fire ants who wanted to sneak attack her. The two Tier 5 fire ants, with extremely tough bodies that shone with a cold, red glow all over, when colliding with Lu Muyan, were repelled back, and their eyes revealed some confusion. When did the body of a human become so strong and hard? Yi Qinglu ate all the pills that Lu Muyan had given her. As soon as the pills were taken, it turned into boundless elemental energy that spread throughout her meridians and her dry dantian was quickly replenished. Her eyes lit up and the moment her elemental energy was replenished, she beckoned with her hands to the magic treasure rings on the ground. The two rings immediately lit up brightly and turned into two streams of light, flying into her hands. The wound on her leg also stopped bleeding thanks to Lu Muyan's medicinal powder. Even the torn opening was slowly healing. She threw her two rings, approached Lu Muyan, and fought with her back-to-back to deal with the besieging group of fire ants. Elder Sister Muyan, what do we do? Yi Qinglu watched as the fire ants attacked them in groups. Her despair remained, but she still looked towards Lu Muyan with trust in her eyes. Lu Muyan wielded the golden long whip, and practically dealt fatal blows with each strike as fire ants fell in front of her one by one. A murderous aura that had never been revealed before rose on her. She took out another bottle of spiritual energy replenishing pills and stuffed it to Yi Qinglu, reassuring, "Fight. The moment your elemental energy is exhausted, immediately replenish it. You must protect yourself well." "Yes." Yi Qinglu took the white porcelain bottle that still carried Lu Muyan's body temperature. Seeing that at the same time as brandishing her long whip, she still unconsciously protected her from harm, a warm current rose in her heart. Aside from her elder brother, Lu Muyan was the first person to protect her with her life, and her eyes couldn't help but feel a little moist. Lu Muyan controlled the shield in front of her and separated it into 4 afterimages, enclosing Yi Qinglu within. Then she narrowed her eyes and her lips rose in a daring arc. She tapped her foot lightly and flew straight into the group of fire ants. Did Lu Muyan go crazy? Not far away, those that slayed the fire ants while also focusing on Lu Mu Yan's battle saw her rush into the group of fire ants as if she were seeking death and couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Yener. Lu Mu Bei's expression changed drastically. Although he knew that his younger sister wouldn't do impulsive things if she didn't have any certainty, but he still couldn't help but feel his heart rise and hover in his chest. He headed towards Lu Mu Yan as he killed Mu Yan. Yun Lan, Qi Yi Xian and the others were also taken aback by her actions. Such behavior was undoubtedly suicide. What was wrong with her? Yi Qing Han gritted his teeth, suppressed the shock and worry in his heart, then madly killed the fire ants to break through and join Lu Mu Yan. Lan Si, who had been able to temporarily free himself, couldn't help but reveal a worried look and headed quickly in Lu Mu Yan's direction. He couldn't let her fall here. Not far away, Lu Xiang, who was dealing with more than a dozen Tier 3 fire ants, revealed a gloating smile in her eyes. Lu Mu Yan, this trash, was really stupid. She actually put herself in such danger for Yi Qinglu, and now she acted even more stupidly, rushing into the group of fire ants to seek death. It seemed that, even without her needing to act, this trash would still die without a grave. Xueling and Xianing Xian also had the same thoughts as her. They all wished that Lu Mu Yan would just be torn apart and swallowed by the fire ant colony. When everyone all thought that Lu Mu Yan wouldn't live long, suddenly, a white shadow quickly shuttled through the crevices between the fire ant colony. Her golden long whip was fast, accurate and ruthless, piercing the weakest part of the fire ant's head where the demonic crystal was, either shattering the demonic crystal or pulling it out. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. What stunned everyone even more was the fact that she frantically waved the long whip in one hand while holding a white porcelain bottle in the other, constantly pouring pills into her mouth. The fragrance of pills overflowed, and the people surrounding her who smelled the serene scent within the pills were shocked. This was definitely a high-level pill that was even more effective than the elemental energy-enhancing pill. How did she have so many? Lunatic, Lu Mu Yan. This woman's a lunatic. The elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions as they watched Lu Mu Yan's desperate killing of the high-level fire ants at close range. Even when her body clashed against the hard shell of the fire ant, she was not at all inferior. In fact, her bodice toughness was even stronger. What left them most speechless was that after this woman finished a bottle of pills, she would immediately take out another bottle, and then crazily pour it into her mouth as if she didn't want money won. Occasionally, she even freed some time to toss white porcelain bottles after white porcelain bottles of pills towards Lu Mu Bai and the others who were heading over to help her, and even shouted words that made their flesh hurt, "Eat as much as you want, I promise there'll be enough." Was this meat? She even said to eat as much as they want and that shall have enough. Xiao Ziong caught a bottle of pills and quickly poured one into his mouth. It melted instantly, and his mouth was full of the refreshing medicinal fragrance. His elemental energy was also quickly replenished. He didn't expect Lu Mu Yan's pill to actually be more than 5 times as effective as the elemental energy-enhancing pill. Just what kind of pill was this? It was truly amazing. Wait, that's not right. Lu Mu Yan, this prodigal woman, was truly crazy. How could she waste such a pill like this? Lu Mu Yan, you lunatic woman, don't be so prodigal. Save a bit, save a bit. Xiao Ziong put the bottle away and shouted to Lu Mu Yan. As an alchemist, he firmly could not tolerate such prodigal behavior. Lu Mu Yan, this woman was just a complete prodigal lady. She might not feel distressed, but he felt distressed for her. Lu Mu Yan poured a few pills into her mouth, then when she heard Xiao Ziong's shout, the corner of her lips couldn't help but twitch. Just look at what's happening right now, and he still wants to fuss about this? She lacked everything, but she just didn't lack this sort of low-level pill. Before coming to the glacial mountain range, she had already thought of numerous hazards, bought a bunch of spiritual herbs, and refined nearly 100 bottles of spiritual energy replenishing pills for emergencies. Idiot. Hearing Xiao Ziong still yelling, Lu Mu Yen glanced at him disdainfully and cast a look that made him shut up. Xiao Ziong felt that he was going crazy. Lu Mu Yen, that prodigal lady, just what sort of look was that? Was this how one squandered? Those were pills. Not candy. Lu Mu Yen would naturally ignore Xiao Ziong's lamenting look. As soon as her spiritual energy was exhausted, the pills would immediately follow to replenish it. The golden long whip in her hand didn't stop for a moment, and whip by whip, it stabbed towards the fire ants around her. All everyone saw was a woman in white with an elegant figure, nimbly waving her long whip that shimmered with golden light. Her figure, like a ghost, wandered, unbridled, through the fire ant colony. Wherever she went, there would definitely be a fire ant with a bloody hole on its head where its demonic crystal had been lost. The thing that drove them completely nuts was that every few moments she would take out a bottle of pills, that even made them be unable to restrain their desire for it, then pour them into her mouth as if she didn't want money. How wild and arrogant her attitude was, and yet she gave people a feeling that this was how she was meant to be. But many people were still bleeding in their hearts. Lu Mu Yen, could you not be so luxurious? Many people had the urge to go up and snatch the porcelain bottle from her hand to stop her prodigal behavior. This woman wasn't only a complete battle lunatic, but also a complete prodigal lady. This was the deepest impression that Lu Mu Yen left on the elite pupils of the 10 distinguished clans during this battle. One popular Chinese colloquial saying that basically means someone doing something just completely without a care, usually used to describe someone doing something that appears really stupid and unprofitable.